You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio. WZYE 95.9 FM.
Be crying. Somebody got to do something. Right now we really need a Messiah to take we out of the sickness dance. For everything at all, look, we try it all in vain. Rich or poor, black or white, we feel it is St. James, Belmont, Citrus, and Scarborough. Somebody gotta do something. Somebody gotta fix something. Somebody do something. Somebody gotta run something. Calm down. Only losses today and no gain. Hell, fire. Somebody got to ease up the pressure. Like nobody seems to care about it for. All them rich people close up the door. And who have the head to carry it through and through. Only care about themselves. And that's for me and you too. Then dance. Belmont, Labre, Arima. Somebody gotta run something. Somebody. Somebody gotta fix something. Somebody do something. Come on. Nobody seems to care about this suffering. Heartaches, we get in. Sometimes it makes me feel like revolting. This thing keep going on year after year. How much more could poor people bear? Somebody got to put a hand to the wheel. But who don't care in the long run going to feel. Rio Claro, Enterprise, Sandy Grande, Sando. Somebody run something. Somebody gotta do something. Running, we begging for help, it's better we get it. Youth, dying, we have the elders got to do something. Somebody got to do something quick. The human time bomb done started it. And if you don't do something and turn this thing around, when it pops, I don't know where they're going to run. Somebody gotta run something. Somebody gotta do something. Somebody, somebody, somebody. Oh, yeah, yeah. I think the government in this country should treat the people more seriously when they have their parliament meeting. Something constructive should be happening. I visit them one evening in the parliament meeting. But what I see happening? Like these people high over cocaine. Why is the speaker speaking? In parliament, the Dixon. Eric with a newspaper reading. In parliament, the Dixon. They want to stop old people from driving. In parliament, the Dixon. Get the long say joke they're making. In parliament, the Dixon. Dixon, Dixon all the time. Blowing everybody mind. Dixon, Dixon all the time. Blowing everybody mind. I know this country have problems, and there's nobody to solve them. The opposition make it gross, so the big boys could play in the house. We can't get lights, neither water. Look at the situation with Wassa. They only making confusion, billing calls for horses to run. Why is the speaker speaking? In Parliament, the Kingston. Murray with Tobago flag flying. In Parliament, the Kingston. Sean Pan, they always arguing. In Parliament, the Kingston. They want to.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE LP 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
You. Not hearing you. No one's hearing you if you can hear me.
You hear me? You hear?
Now, yes.
Okay.
Now, yes.
There we go. All right, all right, all right. Something just happened there with the mic just changed just like that, boy. So all I get yes, 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 yes,
No,
yes, yes, yes,
no, no,
yes,
no,
yes,
no,
yes,
no,
yes, yes,
no,
yes,
no,
yes.
no, 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 no.
They didn't get that. But I was saying who come inside first tonight was fish sticks. I mean
No.
breadstick. Breadstick was in 4:43 p.m. boy. He bring his cousin with him tonight. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And he just nip Rose. Ro- he nip
Good
Rose.
night.
Rose was right next. You know
Good
what I
night,
mean?
everyone. Good night,
Yeah,
everyone.
Takesha was inside. Vonnie Roberts inside, boy. Vonnie Roberts. Vonnie Roberts is inside. Boy, hey Vonnie, you already start early, you know. Let it show warm up a little bit now. Let it warm up a little bit now. Yeah, Vonnie Roberts saying I wonder if Ansem have the tape recording when the PNM walked over Parliament when Imbert lead them out. Of course I had that tape. What mean if I had? You see, you're asking answers. You're asking answers. You want to know if I had the tape? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I had the tape. Of course I had the tape. Takesha, you're inside. Let me see who else inside, boy. Lana, bless good night to you as well, Lana. You're
Ron,
inside.
Ron is saying them girls always first. But that's a fact. We are always for girls
Woman is
rule the
always.
world. What's wrong
But
with
but
you, Ron?
but Diana, the little Ron Horner come first the other day.
Yeah.
Yeah, he come. I know he never come first in class, but he come first. That must be the first time he come first.
Ooh.
Na-
Ooh.
Nadia, you're inside. Nadia, boy.
Uh-uh.
Nadia,
We
you're
have
inside.
a person here named Cyrus Kane, PNM country.
Where's
Ah,
that?
I
Awesome.
thought it
One,
was
you're popping up.
I
Who's
thought it
that?
was
Cyrus?
Cyrus Kane. I thought it was Trinidad and Tobago. I know it's PNM country. And it's what's wrong with the country. Because it be like y'all going along with this narrative. PNM country. Promises never met. Pigtail movement. National
Huh?
movement. Don't get me started tonight. Eh? Oh, my God.
What? What? Little Ron Horner says, I on the Koki station chat, they think Run DMC is Wall Street. Because I use the words go along, get along, and they're mad because I only mashing up the PNM. Good night, everyone. Who you mashing up? You can mash up anybody, please. So Christopher Roach, boy, you're inside. Or attacks, you're inside. Hmm. Nuts, look, nutsy, crispy nuts. Look, lolly
Oh,
sweet.
shit. Oh,
Lolly sweet inside. I
he
mean
call
lollipop,
it he call it
lollipop.
wall. He call it wall soup now.
That's a good one. Wall suit, I like that one. Hey, my dog, boy. My dog and Nutsy coming early, boy. Carrot cake inside. Carrot
Thank
cake.
you, Lana. Thank you. Hello, Trinidad and Tobago is not PNM or UNC country. Thank
Hey,
you. So
but I
you
miss that
you
Cyrus Kane. All I said
so
to
you
Cyrus.
so
Cyrus,
you
welcome, boy.
so
It's
you
we
Mr.
country, Cyrus, boy.
So
We
you miss
country.
so you Mr. Cyrus Kane. Watch yourself. Watch
Cyrus
yourself.
Kane. All I said to Cyrus. All I know we just greet people in the village. Yeah? All I
Yep.
don't start nothing. Eh? All of this, when all them UNC coming, all we just greet them. Eh?
But I
Cyrus boy
started me.
inside by what tax?
He come in here. He come in with the wrong greeting. Don't come here and talk about no PNM country. Promises
but
never met. Pigtail national
but
movement.
wait
Don't
wait
start
wait
me
wait
up.
wait wait wait. When little run home and them put up all kind of thing in the UNC, you don't say nothing, no.
I just say,
Wait,
you're not supposed to
wait a
be
second,
UNC. I just say
Mr.
you're not
Mayor,
supposed to be,
you don't say
you're not
nothing.
supposed to be UNC, not PNM. You don't hear me say that?
No,
You're
you
supposed to
support.
be a Trinidad and Tobago.
So when we in
Trinidad
Barbados, you're
and
not supposed to support a
Tobago.
party.
What?
When you're in Barbados, you're
PNM.
not supposed.
I know
You know,
I would get your attention. Yeah, please. You need to go and talk to the man that running the party and see if he can get some attention and get something done with the country. Give the country some attention. That's what you need.
Hey, Takesha, I did send the Prime Minister happy birthday on Sunday. It was Sunday? I sent him happy birthday. I must send him happy birthday.
Belated birthday greetings, Dr. Rowley, but people can't go and take a sea bath. What is that? What going on? Well, I already
You see,
called it tonight.
you see,
Already.
you watch
Already. No, I watch
watching
what's
you guys. Yeah,
I
you watch
watch.
watching you guys. Yeah, you
If I
watch
watch
it.
what's yeah.
You watch
It's
watching you
what
guys, watch you.
it's what it is. Nobody can take a sea bath. Nobody can do nothing. You have the people living like they're living in jail. Yeah? What kind of nonsense is that? Oh, they don't get me started tonight. I'm ready for them. I'm
Look
ready
now,
for them. Yep.
Lil Ron Horner says grandfather shoot tonight Wall Street. Where's grandfather shoot? Who you talking about?
Must you talking about me? I am cold, that's why.
No, you talking about me. He said grandfather shoot. Where's grandfather shoot? I just can't understand that fella the bridge sometime, you know. What are you talking about?
It raining whole day up here, whole day and night, and ice water coming out the sky. Oh God!
Or and some people saying I highlight what's going on and asking me to call in. Call in at Tikisha. If you want to call in, anybody could call in. You know, stop nobody from calling in. Call in 9738681444. I'm gonna put the numbers up on the screen. All you know.
Your grandfather's suit. Oh, the suit you had on the other day. They want to know the grandfather's suit.
My suit. All of them fellas was jealous about. That's what it is. Yeah, but yeah. What little one said he suit from Ratans? That's what he said.
Oh, to your they don't know. You say you get out your grandfather closet.
No. My grandfather's only a good suit. Don't try that. Don't try
Look,
that.
2 weeks ago, you was wearing your grandfather's suits. Oh shit!
2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Diana, you find that suit was a grandfather's suit? Hey, Garfield made boy. Hey, Garfield boy, welcome boy. Garfield, your community village, nice. Good night, Wall Street. All you say a little Garfield there, please. Say a little Garfield. Garfield, you inside.
Why he's a PNM? Hey, Raj, I'm doing this show like a real zessa. A call.
Yeah. Look, Adele is Adele? Adele McLeod? Is that what it is? Adele?
Good night, complainer and slam. Hey, Phantom. Albert Montano.
Oh.
Dollar Story possess your grandfather's suit. That's why you can't wear it tonight.
You have no class tonight. Cyrus Kane, boy, from Superior Massive, boy. Yeah, boy. Superior Massive, boy. What? Cyrus Kane, you inside, boy.
All the roads lick up. Boo!
Raj V, you inside, boy. Yeah, she's a zessa.
Don't get me started.
Ron said 2 weeks ago I wearing a grandfather's suit. Ron, you can only buy the sleeves on my suit.
Oh.
Hey, Albert Montano, happy 76th birthday, boy.
Why are you telling the people the man age?
The man put it in the chat. I ain't telling the age. Put it in the chat. How you mean? And you go be 52 in November and December, I think?
Yeah.
In December?
Mm-hmm.
So what's the big deal? What you know your age? Albert, and what you know you spend your birthday? Hey, Troy Smith! You're inside, boy. What tax? Troy Smith, you're inside. Yeah, but we are superior in the house, boy.
It's not superior, it's superior.
That is in Barbados?
No, it's superior. Not superior.
It's about superior in Barbados?
Superior.
Well, Tommy, welcome, boy.
Yes, indeed. My grandmother used to say Sipari.
Yeah, Trinidadians just say Siparia. You come with a Bajan thing, but
Siparia, the proper pronunciation.
Tommy, how you pronounce it?
Ow.
It's Siparia. But
there we go. All right. 3 of us.
No, you say Siparia and he says Siparia. That's what I've been saying.
I say Superior.
Right, and I said Superior.
No, that's no people who put a spin that says superior, whatever he said.
Yeah.
That's put a spin. That he put a spin pronunciation.
Thank you.
Yeah. You giving me a kind of
The proper English. You from Chumakak.
Close enough to put a spin. That's how put a spin people say.
What? Fistick say answer 3 beds left. What about?
Yeah, in the
What do you think about the
hospital.
SOE and curfew? Nothing working. What 3 beds left? What are 3 beds left on?
In the
In
hospital.
the hospital, they crowded.
Remember, I said a while ago, it's going to come down to 1 ventilator, a bandit wanted, a college student wanted, and an elderly person need air. Who you think they're gonna get you hook up to the oxygen tank?
The bandit.
Yeah, I will hook up the bandit too. I don't understand. I don't really believe there's 3 beds left. I don't really believe that.
It's
It's in the news, in the newspaper.
Based on the news, it's a dire situation.
Yep.
Oh.
Based on the news, huh? Based on the news, but they also say
let me tell you, that's another scare tactic to get people to go and take the vaccine.
Absolutely.
Scare tactics in it.
Fear mongering.
Yep. Only 3 more beds left.
You see, Albert says, I'm very proud to be around for 76 years and enjoyed my family, children, and grandchildren. Yes, Albert. But
congratulations, Albert. Congratulations, Albert.
Enjoy to the fullest, boy. Don't let them people tell you nothing, boy. Hey, Tommy, boy. Lana say, what, boy? My love child. Tommy. Tommy.
Lana, my dear.
Lana say, my love child, Tommy.
Lana, my dear, I'm happy to be here.
And Tommy, she said that we with like 5 eyes at the end, you know.
Lana, it's all good. It's all good, my dear.
That is not we, that is oi. You see, you from Chumakak again.
Chumakak?
Yeah, you don't know that language. That is oi. She said, Tommy, oi.
No, that's oi.
That's oi. That's oi.
You. How long ago you in Barbados?
Lana gonna have to call in this show and explain what the correct pronunciation is.
Tommy, Lana was the first one to call in when we announced the phone number, you know.
He rocked both, so I gave him a break.
No, Fisted, how you come to this conclusion? And some they could be lying to change the curfew hours because the Diwali close.
Yeah, that makes sense.
No. You see, guys like this statement with the independent senator. Hello, Eric. Welcome to the village to the Dark Triplets and WZY 95.9 FM. How are you doing?
Good night, Miss Diane.
Good night.
Good night, Tommy.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah, we're doing fantastic. Yeah, we hear you loud and clear.
Oh, yeah.
Turn down your radio, your computer, though. Turn down your computer. I think it's your computer.
All right, good.
Yeah, we're in a background of doing Chuakak.
Who's the good-looking fella here on the chat with us, Handler?
I was kind of from just now. How song does it go? Where's the word again?
Superior.
Well, song that says Superior.
Guys, we just say it's Superior. Yeah, I telling them. Diana is Bajan, so she don't know how to pronounce.
What? It is Superior.
I'm calling me for your long teacher that song.
It's Superior. It's Superior.
Superior.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Anyway, I just called to say good night and I'm now lock on to the program.
All right, man.
I'm waiting for the topic.
All right, cool. Bless.
All right, later.
Yeah, man. Bless up.
I said, who's the handsome fella in the chat?
Antonio Clement. Welcome to In the Village. Folks, we have a guest host tonight with us, Antonio Clement. Is it Clemente or Clement?
It's Clement. But I don't mind Clemente, though.
But you look more like a Clemente than a Clement. That Douglas hair you have on your head there.
Oh, what? Clemente is not Spanish?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
You're Venny or you're Venny, a part Venny?
Well, I don't even know.
All you see what I tell all you? Little Ron Horner going and eat KFC. Can you imagine that? Oh, God.
Oh.
Lollipop, what? 1,500 bears. Imagine. Hey, that far from over 1 million people. What a shame. Huh?
You're being ruled by the pigtail national movement.
Oh Lord.
You on this.
Yeah, that is why it's in dire strait. Promises never met.
You see, you have been involved in politics a long time, you know. Diana Benskin in Trinidad.
I mean, I have been involved, but I could read and follow. Pigtail national movement.
Albert Montano says, earlier in this pandemic, the Minister of Health said there was 1,500 beds in the parallel hospital, and we had enough IC units. Where did these beds go?
Talk your talk. Yep. And he said that Imsberg said it at his finance meeting that we got invited to, the only one, that all the health system will always be covered. They will be lacking for nothing.
My dog, MP Rodney Charles coming up next. So Antonio, what's going on in your neck of the woods, my friend?
Well, I should spoil it, boy.
You should spoil it?
All right, let me spoil it.
Hold on, wait 1 minute, Antonio. Nutscake say, Walls, PNM said they reject you 44 years now.
Oh, Lord.
How they going to reject me 44 years?
Because you left the country 44 years ago.
Yeah, but how they going to reject me whole 44 years? Look, carrot cake I cut you in half, eh? Yes, half a carrot cake now. Go ahead, Antonio.
Spoil it, Antonio.
Okay. So I'll leak it. Come next year, a certain person will be competing for city councillor in the local government elections.
Okay. So,
all right.
So Antonio, some people want to know, what is Antonio's background? Let us hear a brief intro. So introduce the people to yourself.
From my background.
Wait. Antonio, stop a minute. Hey, Ghost. Don't come with your kind of Senbab's Lavante behavior. All right? Don't come with that type of behavior. All right, Ghost? Wait now. Ghost is Dave Rodriguez, right? Right, folks? I know that's Ghost. That's Ghost. Do I know who Ghost is, right?
Yeah. With Heavy?
Yeah. Ghost is the fella with Heavy. Ghost say, please stop using all videos without asking thanks. What videos we just use? All we have. Please, Ghost. Them videos all they playing. Why are we playing? I'm not playing them videos because Facebook will ban me using them videos. Them videos all they playing there, Ghost? All you go get Ranks Entertainment banned for a few months. All you go ahead. Let Heavy go ahead and continue doing that anti-vaccine party going down. They go ban all you, not me now. We get we ban already, you know. We get 3 months ban. We know what it's like. We ain't going down that road again. Antonio, go ahead. Councillor you're talking about. City Council. Go ahead.
Okay, so my background is I am from Piccadilly Street, Port of Spain. Emphasis on the street, Piccadilly Street, which is around Nelson, Duncan, Lapantel Road, Mount Burrows. Kind of simple street and all those streets. So, growing up, I've seen many vagrants on drugs.
Move to your left a little bit, Antonio. Antonio, move to your left a little bit. Move to your left. There we go. Right, right. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, I've seen
Right.
many murders, many crimes,
Mm.
unexpected crimes that I was just, how to say, young. And back then, I would say unfortunate to see, but now I would say fortunate. Where the person one personal or like personal home, like my home background or like
Do you go to school? What your hobbies
oh well
are?
okay well
Oh,
Those
oh,
type of
oh,
things.
oh, oh,
okay
guys,
okay
one
okay
minute, one
okay
minute. Oh. I now know who Dave Rodriguez is. Oh, so what it is that, Dave, this happens all the time, Dave? Let me say something. I want to say something to Dave Rodriguez. Dave Rodriguez is from TMT Hardcore, right? Dave, it is in this hour that we in here. I have put up many videos, and people have used my videos all across the world, right? I don't go and tell people thieving videos. I don't thief nobody videos. You understand? People just put up people videos. I have videos on YouTube what other people don't have, and people just take my video and use it. As a matter of fact, we allow people to take WZY 95.5 FM videos out of YouTube and use them. You know
It's
why?
a shared
You know why,
environment.
Dave? Eh?
It's a shared environment.
Exactly. Dave Rodriguez. What we do, we try to empower other people by using our stuff. And you know who I learned that from? I learned that from a gentleman called Kwame Brown. Kwame Brown and Antonio, hold on. I just want to talk to Dave Rodriguez here a little bit and give him a little global perspective on things. Kwame Brown was the #1 draft choice in the 2000 year in the United States of America. Okay? And he played about 14 to 15 years in the NBA, and they always called him a boss. And he started a YouTube channel called Boss Life. And one of the things that he said is that his YouTube channel, anybody is allowed to use his videos from an empowerment perspective. He don't want to restrict people from using his video because he wants to empower people. And I listen to that guy and I say that when we started this here at WZY 95.9 FM, when we have a radio program, we have guests on here, I will allow anybody to go and take stuff from our YouTube channel. So when you come here talking about people thieving videos, they don't thief no videos. Nobody thieving no videos, right? But that's what we just do. We just empower each other, right? But you don't have to worry, Dave. You don't have to worry, Dave. That video I put up of you, I apologize, and it's the last video I'm going to use of you because I'm empowering you, my brother. But that's okay. I'm going to stop empowering you. Go ahead, Antonio. Sorry about that.
okay so the primary school I've come from is a demolished Piccadilly Government Primary School. Emphasis on the adjective demolished because it's not there and not in use anymore. Where it was kind of stigmatized, school behind the bridge. If you go to that school, you waste your time, you waste education and your life. Which I didn't really. It may come off as delusional, but I would say, as the book you recommended, The Power of Positive Thinking, I was so since young. So because of the power of positive thinking, I ended up passing for St. Francis Boys College, where I spent 5 years. And in those 5 years, I really, it's strange how, having fun and playing and learning and things in school, they kind of learn certain things like if you get an answer kind of wrong, kind of correct, you know how to debate with the teacher, miss, it might be the correct work, something to try to squeeze in extra marks and something and like conversation skills and those stuff, and I learn a lot of morals on how to be the person I am today, grown up me. Now, political wise, or activist wise. That I have no, well, besides power positive thinking, I have no idea that it will come to this day. Fun fact, my first post was made on the same crack up phone. Ain't knowing if I want to see the words correct. Ain't knowing if I want to confuse some words. Confuse the word a word like something else for upstate language. Ain't knowing what I really want to post. But the passion was just to spread awareness what's going on nationally. So I spent a few months doing that. And then on a new phone, I received a call. Well, I missed the call. And our voice note was like I really impersonate the voice, but hi, my name is Mrs. Benskin. I would like to have you for an interview today. And I was like, oh, you start from posting. You just start a post and I crack up phone. You end up on a radio station where not only the opposition scene, the government scene, and not just the government, the prime minister scene, how he could how he could deny a deal, that offer to come on the show. You know what, a little hesitant, a little shy. So I say, you could go for Saturday. She say, all right, I'm gonna come again. Later on in the evening, Mrs. Benskin called back and said, no, not Saturday. You're coming on the show. No. Not next Saturday, you're coming on the show. Tonight, this Saturday. And you mix your joy and nervousness. Somehow collide together. And to be honest, in that first interview, I was extremely nervous and excited. So much I had to pause to take time on what I have to say. After the show now, because I just thought, only the opposition government seeing this. No other party can't really see this. No other organization. Then I get contacted by next organization now. Our chopper ends. He was a host last week. And he was like, all right, see what you're doing? Or where you come on? I see something in you. And then I look back again. And then I say, oh, I reach from a first post on a crack up phone. But I ain't even know if I spell the words correct or not. Just the passion was there. It's a radio show. Not just a Trinidadian radio show where, only 10 people go watch. Sorry about that. But a radio show that not only Trimbingodians listening to, people in America listening to as well. And all over the world. And then from then to now was just learning things like public speaking. How to speak properly, but to not be shy in front of the camera again. But the shyness on camera, the camera didn't really work out. Then I messaged Mrs. Benskin now and say, Mrs. Benskin, I need help. I don't want to be shy of a camera again. So hear this. I would like to be a co-host for the show with my cameras on, everything. But other things had it sticking for a while. That was my fault. And from all that, it's how I am here tonight. And that's it.
Well, Antonio, we feel it's a pleasure for us to bring you in the village and a youth like you in order to, for you to inspire for a better tomorrow. Let me just say this. Let me just say two things, Antonio. Wait 1 minute. Dave Rodriguez, I apologize for using your videos without your consent, and I'm not going to use any more of your videos. You can guarantee I'm not going to use any more of your videos in the future. And as someone in the chat says, whenever you make your videos, just put a watermark on it. So whenever people use your videos, you could put a watermark on it. That's what I have done as well. You may not know, but we also own the organization called Broadcasting Corporation of Trinidad and Tobago. And you have seen many videos with that BCOTT on it. That's also our organization. And we don't stop nobody from using that. And let me also apologize to Ghost. Ghost, my partner. You Rodriguez. I get mixed up. Ghost, I mix you up, boy. I mix you up with Dave and you, boy. But I feel always cousins is no Ghost. I feel you are Dave's cousin. So Dave, I apologize to you for using your videos without your consent. I am not going to use your videos anymore in the future. So that was my bad. I apologize and I'm sorry. So
Good.
Antonio, what is it, Antonio? When I went to Calvary Roman Catholic School, right around the street from East Dry River, which is no longer there. There used to be a civil school there, right? And when I look at that area, I see Piccadilly Street School, boy, and I see Piccadilly Street School closed, boy. That has really hurt my heart. For in this country here, one of the more important things is for kids to be able to walk to school. Right? And many people in that area was able to walk to Piccadilly Government School. They was able to walk to Bethlehem. They was able to walk to St. Philip's. Right? And most of those schools are closed today, man. I find that very difficult. And that's your area as well. What do you have to say about that?
Okay, well, before we go to that, we gotta go straight to the economic situation in the country. To me, okay, I'll say this. In order to promote the future of our country, you must have working institutions, whether it be industrial, educational, recreational. You must have working and inclusive institution that gives incentives. Could be money, could be graduation, could be proper jobs, everything to make a country work. Now on the education part now, with the schools, I personally find it very hardworking, especially walking. You like to walk, take a nostalgia kind of walk. And unfortunately for me, I can't take that because there are no students, well, prior to COVID, they have no students running around. I see no students, all I see is bush, I try so much times to actually plan, get best construction workers from the community, get architects, get these that just build back the school. I even email the MP, and let me just expose it. I email the MP about it. Get a call, the usual. We have a long list of people. We'll talk to you soon. Still waiting for that talk. Then, it have a revitalization project going on in Portersfield, which is supposed to happen soon. I went on the consultation and asked the same MP about that school. And the MP said, I don't know what's going on. I think from there to Nelson Street and there, blah, blah, blah. Everything's good. Try to politic his way out. And the continuing questions I was supposed to give him. But I get blocked from asking more questions. So overall, personally, heartbreaking. I wish to see schools like Piccadilly, even more schools throughout the country, are going through the same suffering, open back. primary, secondary, open back other schools too, to let children learn, get incentive education, graduation, and progress in life and progress the country as a whole. Yeah.
So Antonio, currently, right? Um, do you do you do you have a political affiliation?
Okay, well, as of now, I am
Hmm,
in a political organization. But you know,
hmm,
I go for competence, I go for transparency. And if that organization happens to not be competent on transparency, I'd leave. But
hmm.
as of affiliation, as of right now with the opposition and the ruling government,
Hmm.
no, this is how I like to rule. I would commend I would commend the government when they do something good, and I'll criticize and advise when doing something wrong. The same way, vice versa with the opposition. So that's my whole thing there.
Antonio, there's something called the broken window theory. And behind that, it seems, you ever heard about it? The broken window theory. Okay, behind in a nutshell, it says this is what and answer me could chime in and tell me. When persons in a neighborhood see all the their buildings, the windows all broken out and no rebuilding, no revitalization, it seems to suggest crime and bias and loitering and all that. So when Anselm talked about trying to get that building on Duncan Street, there's depth to that, because that building is a very tall building. It's all the windows seem to be broken out. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's not painted, and persons have to pass every day and see that. It sort of demoralizes, a person, and think that, the government don't care for them, and it gives the neighborhood a stigma that is, it's not a good one. And police is gonna, constantly be running up in there and whatnot. But I gave you the 5 steps of how succeed, how to get your community, to stand on their own and demand the things they want from government and the police. So the broken window theory, I don't know if I could get it to you in PDF format or an ebook that you can read on it. Ansem, you want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, well, the broken windows theory was something that Mayor Rudy Giuliani implemented in New York, because we had a lot of problems. And what it basically says, Diana said, is that, if you have an abandoned building and there's one broken window and you leave that window unbroken, other people are going to come and break the other windows, and soon you'll have a full-fledged abandoned building. So what that means to say that if you let little things go unchecked, for example, if you jump a turnstile in New York, for example, they ticket you for that. If you run traffic light, they put in, red lights, they put in red light cameras. So he dealt with little things, and those little things had a significant impact before they became larger things. And that was just some of the ideas behind the broken windows theory, and it really worked. And from my understanding, Gary Griffith was trying to implement the broken windows theory in Trinidad and Tobago, but I think, Gary himself was broken. And
Oh no, Anselm. I'm trying to
yeah,
get him to come on the show. Stop throwing bullets at him.
but listen, if you're coming to the village, that's the way it is. I mean, I have friends who are fans of Gary. I believe, look at the incident. Anyway, you'll get back to that. But that was the idea, Antonio, that in Trinidad, if we could take care of the little things, the small things, like throwing garbage into the riverways, recycling, and take care of these little things, then, it would not lead to larger things. So that was part of the idea behind the broken windows theory.
Okay, no.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
so,
Well,
go ahead, Anna.
No, you go ahead, go ahead.
So what?
Tommy, you have any questions for him?
It's pretty much. I've heard his perspective, and I'm very comfortable with the way he's going. He's on the right track, so he'll do fine.
So Antonio, right? You are involved in we are involved in a lot of things, and we're gonna talk. There's something we're gonna talk about tonight, which is you know the former commissioner of police Gary Griffith and his role as COP in Trinidad, right? From your standpoint, on the ground there in Trinidad and Tobago, I mean, do we believe that Trinidad is in a better place now for the years that Gary Griffith was commissioner of police, as far as crime and other things are concerned, from your perspective on the ground?
And crime. That's a real interesting question. Hold on, a channel. Crime. I'm not just thinking my area alone, I'm trying to think nationwide crime.
Well, let me say this to you, right? I mean, for yourself, do you feel safer in your community? Do you feel safer in your community?
Well, in certain areas, yes, but it had this in every community. It had this borderline. You can't go here, can't go there, and I was there from since before I even born. It's a borderline. You can't go certain areas. Most likely will die. So that stayed. That never left. So, but I would prefer to stay home. So my answer for you would be no. I don't necessarily feel safe in my community. No.
No, Antonio, are you vaccinated? Are you vaccinated?
Yes.
Right. And why did you take the vaccine?
I took the vaccine. Okay. This might sound like an extreme reason. I am the type of leader that would go in front and take the blows for or with the people. So I say this might be a crazy move. Then I try to look at some motivations, people that I kind of look up to. I say what somebody like Malcolm X would do. I say Malcolm X would take that vaccine. I say, he wouldn't. But I still say, I must try and use, even though he wouldn't do it, I must try and use the kind of risk bravery from Malcolm X into something that he wouldn't do and let me do it. So I say, which vaccine I want to take now? I say, okay, 32 shots for the rest, and it's the Johnson & Johnson. I say, let me try the Johnson & Johnson. It had the one and done initiatives. I went on by Brian Promenade and took the Johnson & Johnson. But, due to research, and stuff like, and this is why I say thank God for social media. I decided just to randomly search up how to take a detox. Because something just tell me, when you go home, take a detox. So I see aloes, a little 1 teaspoon apple cider, ginger, boil some more water, put it and drink it. So I say, I should listen to this thing, tell me do it or not. So I say, let me do it. And because, I don't know if it's because of that, but no side effects, none, from taking the Johnson & Johnson. I don't know if it's the vaccine at work or something like that, or it's the detox. I don't know.
Well, Antonia, I also took the Johnson & Johnson, and I didn't suffer any major. The only thing, nothing to be alarmed about. I've had a cold in the past, the flu, and it was worse than the side effects I had from the Johnson & Johnson. I just felt a little sleepy, slight temperature, like heat around my body, and it lasted 2 days. I just, drank a lot of liquids, lemonade or hot lemon water, and the doctor said it would make me feel a little sleepy, but I fought sleep. I didn't want to lay down and sleep. I tried to sit up and, fight through the sleep. And 2 days I was okay. I had no major side effects from the Johnson & Johnson. I wasn't vomiting. I didn't have fever. It was just, so.
But Diana, not taking the vaccine have consequences, all right?
Yep.
And I'm neither pro or anti-vaccine, right? People have to decide whatever they want. If they want to take the vaccine, they take the vaccine. If they don't want to take the vaccine, they don't take the vaccine. That's up to them. And I am not going to try to, badger people like my partner have you those do in trying for them to take the vaccine. But remember, COVID-19 vaccine requirements, we now have COVID-19 vaccine requirements in the United States of America. Right? So if you want to come to the United States of America and you're not vaccinated, cancel Christmas. Don't even think about it.
Yep.
You don't even think about it. You ain't coming. Right? And you could go to all the propaganda, all the misinformation and all kind of thing like that. Those are consequences of your actions. Everybody's actions have consequences, positive or negative. I want you to tell my kids, right, that there are certain consequences. When you go out with your friends, there's negative consequences and there's positive consequences, right? If you go out and you're going to do something and you think that there's going to be negative consequences, think twice about doing it. If there are positive consequences, think about it, but it must be legal. Now, when you take the vaccines, of course there's consequences. There are negative consequences too because there are side effects. Just like when you take any other drugs, there are side effects. However, not taking it, right, there's consequences too. And these could be very harsh consequences, not just on you, but your family and other family members. So people just have to decide whether you want to take it or you don't want to take it. If you don't want to take it, that's up to you. I'm not going to tell, boy, I'm not going to come here and tell people, well, look, this post with this video say this. Look, this post with this video say that. We are all different, and, I just said, Gary, Tommy, have you taken the vaccine?
Yeah, I took Johnson & Johnson. I had no problem.
Gary, you took the vaccine?
Hey?
Yeah.
You know the answer to that.
No, I don't. Seriously, I don't know.
No, I ain't taking no vaccine.
All right.
Let me tell you something.
I took the vaccine. I took Moderna.
I just took a trip to the UK, and let me tell you the process. You had to pay for I was only there 5 days, but if you were staying longer, you had to pay for a PCR test on the 2nd and the 8th day before you get travel. And you also had to present proof of vaccination. Now, if I was going to be there longer than the second day test, which I also used to return to the US because it was negative. Now, if it had come up positive, I would have had to pay for quarantine for 14 days and get tested on the 8th day while in quarantine. You understand what I'm saying? And while I was there, and I'm going to knock on wood, while I was there in the UK, There was one day I walked around without a mask. I walked around. I said, "Let me see something here." And there were people. Did I show you, Anselm? People were walking around without masks on a video call, right? They're walking around without masks. They're walking around, going about their business. I went to an event. I social distance, right? And and all this. So what is going on in Trinidad? I don't know. I don't know what is going on in Trinidad. People are fearful of the vaccine, and the place is locked down. And I don't know.
I mean, can you blame? I mean, we have had genuine. This is not propaganda. No, we have had genuine issue with people with the vaccine. You had people calling into the show and said they had issues with the vaccine, Diana.
Here too, here in the United States.
You're not hearing too much about it because most of the time the media is trying to muzzle those people's voices.
No, don't you think those people are in the minority?
If one person is killed by the vaccine, it's too much.
But
being vaccinated and think you can walk around without a mask is a false sense of security too, because you can contract and spread COVID. You might not die, but you also are a very legible spreader of COVID. So a vaccinated person is as much threat to a non-vaccinated
person. But Gary,
person.
I hear what you say. Hear what you said? You said you might not die because you're vaccinated, but you're spreading COVID. So that means the vaccine working then?
Well, listen to me. I never said the vaccine not working. I am saying that there are some people who have had adverse reaction to it, and it's recorded here in the United States that the Moderna, I haven't got a chance to really look into the other vaccine, is causing inflammation by the heart. Okay, that is medical recorded evidence. So we should not be, while we want vaccine, yes, we want vaccine, we want safe vaccines, but we also want the medical profession to speak the truth. If like I say, if 10 people take the vaccine and 8 had adverse reaction, that must not be suppressed. The information must be public, documented information. Okay?
But they're not.
This is what I'm against. The government in Trinidad is going around like, oh, it's candy, they're sharing candy.
But Gary, some medicines has caused side effects, and some people die from some surgeries.
This is
some
not
surgery.
Yes, so say it.
Some surgeries you die from too.
Why are you suppressing this information? This is my beef for them. And I have known people personally who have had adverse reaction to this vaccine, to the fact that they cannot walk. Okay? So while some people, I was put on a medication that was safe a few years ago, that was safe for other people, wasn't safe for me. It put me in the hospital for 10 days. So I know about adverse reactions and medication. So what I'm saying to you, we should not be conducting ourselves like everything is fine and dandy.
Well, I had adverse reaction to medicine too.
Okay, so adverse reaction, which is non-fatal, is okay. This vaccine, this pandemic, is a pandemic. There's a lot of hush-hush. Even MW.
They're gonna sanction me.
I told it as a seed answer.
No, but Gary, you can call it when you're not on air. But when you're on air and you say that, we're gonna get sanctioned, Gary. Because the CDC and the WHO is not in agreement with that.
Yeah, so you can't say that.
Not in agreement with that.
Okay, so then I am calling the WHO.
You can say that, but say it privately. You cannot say it on air.
Yeah, I'm calling them to continue that. So then my question is answered. All of a sudden, in 2019, COVID-19 decided to get up and run around the world just like that. Not before. Why not before? All of a sudden. And why in one particular country originating from? Why one particular country? Why that one particular country has benefited the most financially out of this whole disaster?
Gary, whether it's manufactured, unmanufactured, it had to start someplace. It had to start someplace.
Well, what I'm saying to you is a lot of things is not being looked into, right? But anyway, what I want is our medical professionals to tell the truth and stop suppressing the truth. Call it as it is. If 2 or 3 people had an adverse reaction, then this must be documented and should be
But
public
Gary,
information.
how do you want them to find out from you? Does America know how many people had adverse reaction?
So you think they're not suppressing the information? I'm talking
No, I'm just
general
asking a question.
US
Do we know in
internationally.
America here how many people? For example, I took the vaccine. Nobody never communicated with me since I take the vaccine to ask me for adverse reaction.
Okay,
Neither
based on the
anybody
people,
communicated to you.
there's a
Nope.
database. There's a
Nope.
database right now. There's a few databases out there. But what I'm saying to you,
But
internationally,
but Gary, that's the point though. Nobody didn't communicate with me and ask me. Nobody communicate with my wife. Nobody communicate with my son. Nobody communicate with my daughter to ask them if they had any adverse reaction. So you know
Answer
what it
top
is?
of the hour. Top of the hour.
Yeah. It's like a selective thing. And Albert Montano
no,
just
I am
said,
saying it. I'm not just calling out Trinidad and Tobago. No, I am calling out internationally. We'll do the break and then we'll come back.
yeah, okay. Guys, it's in the village to the Dark Triplets on WZY 95.9 FM. We come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. And I already see our guest, Rodney Charles, is already sitting and waiting in the background. Mr. Charles, we see you. Let's go for a quick station identification. We'll be right back after this.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE LP 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio. WZYE 95.9 FM.
Of course, we are back with you. It's in the village with the Dark Triplets and WZY 95.9 FM. We come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. That's Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. And Albert Montano says, my wife's cousin got COVID-19 about 2 weeks ago and died last Wednesday. And he said he was not taking the vaccine. Okay? I know personally people who decide, boy, I ain't taking the vaccine, right? And today, they are no longer with us. Me and my family, we rather take the chance of taking the vaccine. If we had a dead 3 years from now, at least we will live 3 years from now. If we had a dead 2 years later, at least we will live 2 years from now. But for me, every day, boy, to have to be worrying if I could catch COVID-19 and if I could survive it, I rather take my chance taking the vaccine. But another thing, if you are not going to take the vaccine, what I would advise you to do, make sure your diet is one where immune system could deal with COVID-19. Because if it don't,
I would advise you full protocol, vaccine or no vaccine, wear your mask, wash your hands, wash everything you pick up, sanitize your hand when you touch your door. Don't touch your doorknob and put your hand in your face. Touch your phone and forget. Some people are absent-minded. So what I'm saying to you is all the necessary sanitation protocols, vaccinated or not, full 100.
You know, we always say the talk that people saying that oh, I know people who vaccinated and dead. I'm not going to worry about who get vaccinated and dead or not. I worried about me and my family.
Well, I heard Colin Powell was fully vaccinated too.
But he had underlying comorbidity, Gary.
Yeah, but what did he die of?
He did.
I don't.
No.
They said he had cancer or something.
Yeah, they said he had cancer. He had blood cancer.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Blood cancer. So you see what it is, boy. We are looking for information to benefit our side, whatever side of the vaccine that we on, right? And me looking for no information. I vaccinated. My family make that decision, and that is it. If people die from COVID-19, fine. If people who are vaccinated die from COVID-19, that is their thing. If unvaccinated, everybody have a choice. So
I'm for vaccine. I am for a safe vaccine. I am for I am for the medical professionals telling us the truth and not using information conveniently, because the way they are conducting themselves over this has made me very suspicious by suppressing the truth. And in Trinidad and Tobago, there's a sort of bullying going on there in that country where you speak out against anything and they don't like it, they knock you down.
So Gary, if you're suppressing the truth, right? You ain't gonna take the vaccine because you're suppressing the truth. Huh? You ain't gonna take the vaccine because
why
you're
are they
suppressing
so
the truth.
afraid? In fact, I have a young lady that I have invited to come on as soon as we can fit her in, probably this week or next week, to tell us what her experience is on the ground there with the vaccine.
Gary, she never come in and talk about things like how that lady on Rants Entertainment talk. I'm not having that.
I didn't hear the lady on Rants Entertainment.
Okay, I telling you right now. You see that type of talk, right? I rather leave that alone than to go and do that, and then you get banned again. Seriously, there's no good in that. If people believe what they believe, fine. Let them stay where they believe. But I'm not allowing people to come on, because and when we get banned for 3 months ago, when we get a ban for 3 months, I don't even know what we said. I don't even remember what we said, but we got a 3-month ban. 3 months.
So we don't go down the vaccine road. Everybody have a different experience.
Vaccinated, you're pro-vaccine, you're anti-vaccine. Once we started getting to other type of things, where this one, what this one say, this person, and I mean, I listened to Rants Entertainment, I was cringing, man. I was cringing.
No, I don't want to hear what nobody say. What I'm saying to you
because,
is,
I mean,
if you had a personal experience,
about this one, and my partner heavy like he happy to play them video, and they go because listen, the last thing you want, you want people to be able to listen to what you have to say. Right? You want people to be able to listen to you. Yeah, my dog, no joke. Look, Philip get banned from YouTube for talking plain. Them people and them, listen, every single night when we are finished here, right? YouTubers run through them videos and there's a personal person listening to the video. They have the analytics and the algorithms, and then they have a person listening to the video, a person listening to certain videos because they're listening for certain things.
Yep.
And we are no good silent.
Yeah, nope.
We are no good silent. So I rather err on the side of caution, and stay away from that. Yeah, we could talk about the vaccine, we could talk general things about the vaccine, but when we start to put opinions and we start to give it kind of thing, and it's called this and it's called that, we'll get into difficulties.
You have your next guest there?
No, his thing is not connected.
Hold on.
Tell Mr. Charles, Gary, send him a message that has his device is not connected.
All right, let me check back with him. All right.
Joy Smith say, Ansem, when villagers see hair grow on your head, villagers, we know what caused it.
These people ain't easy at all. Yeah.
Joy Smith, all ain't easy, though, boy. All you see? Oh, God, boy. Curry says, Lana, I would be afraid to send my child, but I understand you won't have a chance.
A choice.
My bad, choice. Lana says, that's Carice. Lana says, Ansem, you want video for the village show? Just say the word on it, like white on rice.
Oh, boy.
Oh, God. Yeah, Takisha, the band we girl, 3 months we get, 3 months we was off, boy. We lucky we had YouTube. But we on YouTube too at that time?
No, we was on YouTube. We was banned on Facebook.
Yeah, we was banned on Facebook.
Well, maybe some of your P&M friends report you.
Nah, they ain't gonna report me, man.
Yeah.
No.
I feel it's looking around how when I do it.
Oh, boy. Poor Ron.
I feel so. Hey, wait, Ellis Island. You know who I seen a while by? Zorisha.
Yeah.
You remember see she?
Yeah.
Hey, look Rowley come in. Rowley from Toronto inside. What tax?
Yeah.
Oh, Ulrich inside too, boy.
Is the guest there yet?
Nah, he just leave.
Oh dear.
So let me see what we have in the bag here. Hold on. Oh, did you guys see this, boy? One set of Lotus in South, boy. Look at this.
Lucas.
Locust. Lotus. Locust. Thank you, Gary.
Like they're meeting here.
That thing make me cringe, boy.
Wow. Oh my gosh. That's not walking across.
I have plenty locust, you know, guys.
Destroying all the crops, you know, man. Them thing that eat you up, you know. Cost you a lot. They were considered biblical plagues, you remember?
Yeah.
Signs of biblical
What
plagues.
do they fly or something?
Yeah, they fly and they eat crops.
They eat crops?
Yeah,
there's gardeners?
They're not gardeners.
If they eating crops. Huh?
Well, signs of the time. That's all I could say.
Nah, signs of the times in truth, boy.
So just introduce me. Here was this young man I got in Canada that was on the road.
Not Antonio Clemente.
Not Skixy. Hey, Antonio, you know Aisha Wells? Your mic muted.
Mic muted.
Mic muted.
Oh, you look a little different. I haven't seen you in a while. So.
You know Aisha Wells? Your mic
muted. Your mic is muted. We're not hearing him.
Yeah, we're not hearing him.
Now. Say
Claudia,
something.
you're inside. Claudia, welcome. Go ahead, Antonio.
All right, let me step out and call Rodney. I'll be right back.
Okay, cool, yeah. All right.
No, he's muted again. Yeah, he's muted again.
Let me fix his mic. So, folks, here we have, right? We have in Trinidad and Tobago. Let me see this one here.
But they said the locust is like a grasshopper.
It's like a grasshopper?
It's an ordinary grasshopper. I'm reading it from Wikipedia.
Oh, you know, from Diana and Antonio and Tommy. Tommy, you're on the ground in Trinidad, right? We see what's going on now with the former commissioner of police.
Right.
Right? And if you look at the TTPS budget, right? The TTPS budget from 2018 to 2021 increased by 38%. I think it went from like, what did it go from, boy? Let me get the numbers. It was some absorbent amount of money that was given to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. However, the 15 or 19 or so people who were recently let go, you know, because of the contracts that were given by the former commissioner of police, right? We see that there was 15 people that were fired. Some say 19 is 15 people were fired. And they got some, I mean, tremendous contracts. You know, and it looked like it was, you know, it looked like they was running a little shop, man. And pull up there, folks. It looked like it was benefit for the boys.
Yes, definitely. It seems definitely on the surface like the boys were feeding at the trough.
Yeah, the boys were feeding at the trough, man. Feeding at the trough. Feeding at the trough. Right? And you are looking for bandits, and you are having the same type of behavior as the leader of the TTPS. And I'll say this again, a fish doesn't rotten from the tail. Plain
But
talk, bad manners.
ask them all over the world, crime is a big money business.
It's a big business. So we have to ask ourselves, are we going to continue doing the same thing and expect to get different results?
No. Because when you think about the crime business, it's the lawyers, it's the judge, it's the prison industrial complex. There's so many factors. It's a big money business. And of course the police officers.
So all these fellas, here it is. Contract employment in the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service increase. Listen carefully. All they don't want to come in the village, all we deal with is facts. Contract employment in the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service increased from 51.1 million in 2018 to 88.8 million in 2021. This represented an increase of 34.7 million over the period 2018 to 2021, which was almost a 38% increase, right? And that 38% increase, right, was money for the boys. Man getting all kind of contract left, right, and center. Hey, you, all right, you take all that.
You have evidence, money for the boys or the job? You have any information on what the job that they was doing?
Gary, here's where I have evidence.
So
this is my evidence.
Not giving up money to boys.
Gary, this is the evidence. Between 2018 and 2021, there was an increase of $34.7 million in the TTPS budget.
To perform
Are we getting value for our money from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service? Let me ask you that question, Gary. Are we getting value?
Until we get that information of what jobs they were doing, what was their performance, then we can.
You may read all them. We can't read all them. I have them here, you know. I have them here.
Do we honestly believe we got bang for that buck? Do we believe we got bang for the buck?
Ask him, Gary, that question. Gary, did we get 34.7 million bangs for that increase?
Well, I have no information how the money was spent. I am asking.
I'm telling you.
Before we make a judgment of he just give our money to his friends, we have to know what was the assignments and what improvement they did. That is what we need.
Gary, look up on the screen. Look up on the screen. This is the reporter who broke the story. And the Express decided that, boy, we can't put him, the editor, but the editor has the right to do, The editor has the right to remove information from the story before it gets to the public. That's the right of an editor, right? But the editor could also be blocking for someone, right? And they don't want that information released. Look it up on the screen. Look at right there. She was telling you. She said, this is blocking for Gigi. But that's why we don't like to come in the village and just make it up, because we could make it up. Right?
Okay, so this is the reporter point of view. Does the reporter have the details of how the job was assigned and where the money was spent? Does the reporter have those details?
It have the requirements of the position.
Until I see the details of
nobody had to approve it. Nobody had to approve. The only person that approved it was Gigi.
Okay, but what are the assignments? What did they do with that money? What was the assignments for? How was the money spent? We need until we see that information. I can't say nothing.
Well, no, you don't want to say nothing.
So,
All I tell you,
you operate just like the PNM get along, go along, get along, gang. But
no,
look into attack Gary
you can
Griffith
say that is all right.
behind
You
the
can
scene.
say that, but I want you to deny the fact that $34.7 million was increased from the budget in 2018. From
Until we
2018
know,
to no.
Until we know how it was spent, I cannot make no accusation. If he wrong, he wrong. But what I'm saying to you is, until we know what were the assignments for this money and what was the result of it, I cannot say anything.
Well, you should tell us, because guess what? Numbers don't lie.
You cannot just go by numbers, Tommy. You have to get the information behind the numbers, how things was, what we were spent for. And sometimes go by statistics, but he does not know what was the ingredients behind the things that happened.
Money for your boys.
You can't just go by numbers. You can't
money
just go by
for your
numbers.
friend and family. That is it. Money for your friend and family. I could say that. Money for your friend and family.
What about the Prime Minister? What about the Prime Minister? What about the Prime Minister?
One thing.
Do we honestly believe we got $34 million worth of policing improvement?
I don't know. Until I see the information how that money was spent, I cannot say yes or no. I have to see that information.
Gary, did you know did you know the
politics
company?
is spin things out there in any fancy in which way you want. And
But
you see that
wait, can I interject here? Be the voice of reason. It was stated that they were getting body cameras. It was stated that they opened a new police station. It was stated that, what else? The scanners and all that. They're going to scan the cars and blah, blah, blah. So is it possible that money went toward the acquisition of all this equipment?
Yeah, money went to that.
Not only that, hold on. Look, there was an article recently about the guns from the commissioner of presidents. They make it look like Gary was stockpiling guns for himself. That article made it look like he's stockpiling guns for himself.
What was he doing with 30 with all that ammunition, Gary? Why?
It was stored for the police service at the commissioner residence. That's the normal protocol, I understand.
Yeah. That wasn't nothing. That was just that was a pass.
I'm just saying that, look at that simple thing. It was written up to make it look like Gary was saving guns to give out to whoever he wanted to in his friends.
34.7 million wasn't written up to do any. That is the facts. All the money that those people get.
Why it is the government didn't say anything about it before? Why are they saying something now at the end of his
That's why the Prime Minister lost confidence in Gary Griffith.
But Gary Griffith won't do his dirty work. He couldn't manipulate Gary Griffith. That's why he lost confidence. Okay?
That's why the Prime Minister lost confidence in him.
Tell Dr. Rowley, I said he could not manipulate Gary Griffith. That's why he lost confidence in him. Tell him I said so.
What?
Tell him Gary Mahabi said so.
No, he listening. Gary.
And if he vets, he know the number. He could call me and tell me I'm wrong. Any one of them could call me. They all have the numbers.
Yeah. Look, this fella just come in. Ellis Island. And as soon as he come in, he typing in caps. You understand? He come in typing in caps. Right? He says, Wall Street is a real puppet, brother.
Oh Lord.
Listen, in the circus, puppets are very important, people.
And
Thank you very kindly.
And clowns.
And clowns. Ellis, I know you was a smart fella. Thank you so very kindly. Call me a clown too. I want to be a clown. Because puppets and clowns are the most intelligent people in the circus. Come on, Ellis.
Well,
come, Ellis.
Use a clown, eyes of a nameless, faceless, homeless creature.
Come on, Ellis. Come with it. Who say that? Come with it, man.
I'm a troublemaker.
So together we make a good team.
A rebel rouser. A mischief maker.
Oh, man. Ellis Island, boy. I'm moving you up the island. Ellis, I'm moving you up the island. Yeah. One of those want All of them come in the village is facts. We making up nothing. We making up nothing. Right?
But let me ask you something.
Go. Go.
Go ahead.
The country has no police service commission and no police commissioner. All ain't worry about that?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. The fellow was the acting commissioner of police is now in charge. What's the difference?
Okay.
Wait. No, Dana Benskin, what's the difference?
There's
the
no
acting commissioner of police is now in charge. What's the difference?
There's no police service commission.
Diana,
commission.
Diana, the acting commissioner of police is now in charge. What's the difference?
Okay. Isn't there supposed to be a PSC?
You see a shift in the goalpost now?
That's what I said. A police service commission. Isn't
you
it?
Said no commissioner of police.
And no commissioner of police.
Yeah.
He is acting.
So what? He's commissioner of police.
Acting.
He acting.
You know we have Trinidad down there. We have Bollywood, Hollywood, and Trinidad. What's your actors there too? Criminal acting down there too.
Dr. Rowley could get up in the morning and say, don't want him there neither, and move him. So there's instability. There's nothing concrete. That's what I'm trying to say. Acting police commission with so much crime going on, no police service commission. There's doubt as to where the list went, and all kind of bacchanal. You see where the corruption is? You see where it is? All right, I don't know.
Who caused that corruption?
I have no idea, but I know it wasn't me
Clemente,
because I wasn't nowhere around there. Mr. Clemente, who caused that?
You know, we even though we live in America.
Diana.
Even if, hey, I seen that guy, but his device is not connected, right?
Diana, you want to step out and see if you could assist him?
Yeah. Really?
What is his number? Oh Lord!
I'm gonna send it to you now. I'm gonna send it to you now.
But listen,
I'm charging all for this, you know. All right.
Yeah, but listen, it have people like Carrot Cake and Wallerfield Nuts and Ellis Island and Vonnie Roberts. I don't call it too. Yeah, Vonnie Roberts. I don't call it. Carice. I don't know about Carice. Neither Takesha. I will put Claudia in there. Claudia and who else, boy? Oh, Little Ron Warner. I forget you. Troy Smith, you too. You too, Troy Smith. Yeah. All they're coming and saying about I have something against Gary Griffith. I don't have nothing against Gary Griffith. I want what's best for the country, and Gary Griffith wasn't the best for the country. And here's why.
Who you recommend?
No. Listen, I'm not recommending anybody that the police service commission job. I could tell you why Gary Griffith wasn't the best COP for the country. As a matter of fact, he was even worse than Stephen Williams. Worse. And I had the facts to back it up. Under Stephen Williams, the murder rate in Trinidad and Tobago was better for every single year except one under Gary Griffith. And Stephen Williams stayed longer than Gary Griffith.
And you neglect the fact that Stephen Williams had the support of a PPG-UNC government and Gary Griffith as Minister of National Security to give him all the resources that he needed and not to undermine him, but to fully support him.
But Gary, Gary.
We cannot say that of this government.
Gary, I guess he wasn't listening just now. The man get an additional $34 million between 2018 and 2021. What additional resources you talking about?
All the money was spent and what it's.
But no, the thing didn't get additional resources. Those are all additional resources. Come on, man.
But we need a breakdown of the resources, how it was utilized.
Oh, so you did get additional resources.
I'm just saying, we need to know. We just can't look at the money spent. We have to look at how it was spent.
But Gary, you have to make up your mind. Either he didn't get it, or he get it
I
and you
don't
need
know
to
if you
know.
get it. This is new information to me. I'm seeing things written up. Now you're telling me that. I
But I'm
cannot
telling
keep up
you,
with everything that's going on.
the Minister of Finance came out and said that.
All right.
You know, read the press release, right?
We want transparency and accountability from all sides.
Thank you. I believe this whole Gigi thing is a distraction to the real issue.
But
yeah, the whole PSC
handsome
thing
friend Dr.
is a
Rowley
distraction.
cannot manipulate Gigi.
Is a distraction to a real issue that they're trying to sweep and dust and cover and shine.
Yeah.
So Rodney Charles says he's hearing, but he cannot enter the conversation. Guys, 1 minute, 1 minute.
You know, but you have to bring him in. I explained to him that you have to bring him in. He doesn't understand that.
Diana, it says the device is not connected. I cannot bring him in if the device is not connected. He's hearing us, but there is some other step that he's missing. Is he on his phone? If he's on his phone, he has to download Safari on his phone.
Well,
so the device, it's saying it's not connected. If I click on it, I cannot bring him in.
What, Gary, could you tell him that? Because
I'll step back out. I'll step back out.
I tell him he's not.
Okay, who's that? Answer me. Said the Minister of Finance said that you believe everything he says. Well, listen, Lana, you cannot believe anything anybody says, really and truly. So you know what it is? We are doing Trinidad and Tobago. We can't believe nothing nobody said.
Amen.
Then you don't believe nothing. What anybody says, don't believe it. In this situation here, with respect to Gary Griffith, right? The UNC could go and ask for that information. Let the UNC go and ask the government, Freedom of Information Act, to get that information to prove whether it's true or not.
To get both.
No, they have to get the information. They have to get the information.
And to be told that they're out of order. I believe they're trying to distract from something else. That is what you know, because I'm telling you, Anselm.
But all right. Let me go with your premise. It's to distract, right? Right? That's what you say, right?
Yep.
Here, little Ron Horner, as you said that. Here, little Ron Horner now. What did pay them with 300 million in 6 years Wall Street? You're talking about distract? Here, little Ron Horner. Here, little Ron Horner. Right? So I could say the same thing like Diana with me Benskin McDonald. Little Ron Horner, you just trying to distract. That's what you're trying to distract me, little Ron Horner. But I'm not gonna.
But what did they do with all that money, Anselm? What did they do? But build up they build up the Red House where people can't go and walk by. You build up wherever nobody can go by. What? The beaches are empty in a tourist-driven economy. You have the people locked down. You have SOE in place, and no advertising up here because everybody's been locked down so long. When everything lifts up, people don't want to travel. So Trinidad and Tobago should be on people's lips, so you could get your foreign and your foreign exchange that you need so badly. But what are they doing? What exactly is the PNM doing for Trinidad and Tobago to lead them out of this financial crisis, this pandemic, and put them on a steady footing? But what is can you tell me, Anselm, what is the pigtail national movement doing right now?
Diana, let me answer your question this way.
Yep.
Right? What it is you want them to do? Because if I tell you what they're doing, you're going to tell me, nah, they ain't doing that. Tell me what you want them to do.
Not me. I don't live there, and I don't have no children to benefit from nothing they do. Not me. I'm with the suffering people. They ain't doing nothing for me, but I want to know what they're doing. Tell me what they're doing. I want to know what they're doing.
So who are you with? You with the suffering people, and who are you with?
I wanted. What is the pigtail national?
But let me ask you a question, Diana Benskin. Me and you and we was giving out hampers to people suffering. So you with them and I know with them?
I ain't saying you're not. I want to know what the pigtail national people movement doing.
There you go again. You and Gary need to go for the Soca Warriors and play because they're just shifting the goalposts.
I say that you're not.
The Soca Warriors need some goalpost shifters.
I am, but I want to know what the pig. Can you tell me what and show me what the pigtail national movement doing? What is it doing for the people?
I don't know who's the pigtail national movement, but I asking you, I telling you, if I tell you what they're doing, right, you're gonna shift the goalpost again. So I asking you, tell me what you want them to do. Just tell me.
Answer, there's no jobs. People coming out of university with no job, prospect of jobs.
But that's all over the world. That's not just in Trinidad and Tobago.
Oh, Jesus.
That's all over the world.
Answer.
What makes Trinidad and Tobago unique?
Here in the United States, they're offering you incentives to come and work, to fill out the application form.
By McDonald's?
They have jobs, different places. Come on, I could send you my emails, job offers I be getting. Right? At least that you're getting a job offer. What was the job offer in Trinidad and Tobago? What are they doing? I don't know what they're doing. The roads in a mess. Huh? They went and put a standpipe up in your area where you're from. The roads in a mess. Need I go on? The children, I don't know how many children in booklets ain't full. Huh? You lock out the people, you can't go to work. They have no money to buy nothing. They hide in the car. They're behind on the mortgage, behind on the rent, they're behind on the light bill, they're behind on everything. And then you want to slam property tax down their throat. I mean, what are they doing?
So listen. Takesha says we want them to call over election anthem. Takesha, it's funny, right? It's funny you say that, right? You know, when the UNC was in power, the PNM was also calling for them to have an election too. Think about it, right? When the UNC was in power in 2015, the PNM was calling for them to have an election too. It's par for the course. That's just the way it is.
What are they doing for the future of Trinidad and Tobago? I don't want to hear the lip service. I want to see things moving. All you're doing is frightening people, locking them down. You want to find them if they have a mask up on their nose. I just have to move my mask temporarily because I just suffer from claustrophobia. And this mask on my face all the time will get me a kind of frenzy. So you tell me if I walk around and I drop my mask a little bit, they want to come and slap $1,000 fine on me that ain't working. You don't know if the person have a health condition that they have to move and you don't have no way, I understand, to go and pay the $1,000 fine. What are they really doing, Anselm? What are they doing? What are they doing? I have family members that come out and they come out of university, no prospects of jobs. What is the Pigtail National Movement doing? But frightening people and fining people and taxing people. What are they doing? Tell me what they're doing. I don't see nobody coming to invest in Trinidad and Tobago. I don't hear nothing. I ain't hear nothing about that. I hear nothing. Every time you go into this one, you're the leader of the country, calling people imps, chimps, and pimps. That's all they're doing, name calling. Don't get me started now, Anselm. I just say what I got to say. I don't hear nothing positive coming from the Pigtail National Movement. Nothing. And I, Diana Benskin, say so.
Let's add Mr. Rodney Charles to the chat. Rodney Charles, how are you doing, sir? Welcome to In the Village with the Dark Triplets. Welcome to In the Village with the Dark. No, that's all right. That's all right, man.
I'm sorry.
That's welcome. All right. Welcome to In the Village with the Dark Triplets at WZY 95.9 FM. It's the Dark Triplets DAG. We have with us D is Diana. Diana is considered with the Storm. I am the A, that's Anselm or Flash. The G is Gary. Gary is considered the Phantom. And we have another gentleman. His name is Tommy. he's considered to be love child, and that the ladies in the chat give him that name. And we have a guest co-host with us tonight, Antonio Clemente. Mr. Charles, welcome to In the Village with the Dark Triplets. How are you doing, sir?
I am fine, and I apologize for the technical problems.
No. We just keep it moving, man. We just keep moving. So, Mr. Charles,
I've been listening to your conversations, and very interesting about what's happening in Trinidad. Trinidad is a place where never a dull moment. We do not have a commissioner of police, and I heard you speaking. When you do not have a commissioner of police, it means that you cannot give firearm licenses. It means that you also cannot, according to the constitution, our laws, the Police Service Commission disciplines, monitors the performance, appoints commissioner of police and deputy commissioner of police. The rest of the disciplining of the police service is done by the commissioner of police. So it means if you do not have a commissioner of police, there are a number of things that cannot happen. And I read in the papers where there are something like a couple hundreds of 1,000 officers or so in the police service who cannot be promoted because the service does not have a commissioner of police. So we're in problems in Trinidad. And one of the things I wanted to raise in this conversation is the fact that our institutions appear to be collapsing. You look at Barbados and you get a sense of something's happening in Barbados. You see Mayor Motley speaking to Guyana to reduce the agriculture, the food import bill. You are seeing Mayor Motley taking a leading role in international organizations. And mark my word, I worked at the UN. It is not beyond contemplation that she could be the first female Secretary General of the United Nations. Think about that. I mean, if they will deny it because it is not wise to flag those things. But you have a situation between Trinidad and, let's say, Guyana. Guyana has downgraded its High Commission to Trinidad to a consulate. No, for heaven's sake. Why is Trinidad and Tobago not taking advantage of our close historic relationship with Guyana? We could, for example, if we were thinking strategically, could get the Guyanese government to give them shares in Petrotrin so that the oil, we could have access to oil that is abundant in Guyana. Because Guyana has a time frame. If she doesn't get out this oil and sell it, within 10 years, with climate change and the move to sustainable energy, green energy sources, that oil will remain in the ground and will not earn Guyana money. But that is the kind of problem we have in Trinidad. Sorry. That is the kind of problem. A lack of strategic thinking and a lack of strategic planning as we move forward. So right now, we have a situation where our institutions are collapsing. The EBC is in court. We have the presidency in a query, a big query on to the extent to which she was influenced by the Prime Minister with respect to the list that was forwarded to her by the Police Service Commission. So if you have a presidency that is supposed to bring us together, now as an agent of division in our society, we have a problem. And as it stands, in Parliament last week, Dr. Rowley was on the same page with the president. He was on the same page with the speaker. And the president appoints in persons, members of our various service commissions. She appoints independent senators. And if she's on the same page with the prime minister, we in the opposition will have the view that all the nominees that she presents to Parliament, let's say for the Commissioner of Police, she is presumably going to put some names to appoint the Police Service Commission, who will bring some names to Parliament. How could we trust that that the persons nominated by the president are free of political alliances or liaisons with the PNM. And this is the kind of problem we have in Trinidad.
And Mr. Rodney, Charles, this is Diana.
Diana, how are you?
I'm good. You know, they call me the storm because when things start, I just blow. I mean wind there and rain. I saw an advertisement where Dominica is offering citizenship by investment. Dominica, citizenship by investment. I don't see nothing going on for Trinidad and Tobago. And it's also somebody whispered in my ear, and I don't know if this is fact, that somebody high up in the EBC in Tobago is Dr. Rowley's cousin. Now, what kind of collusion is that? That's collusion right there.
But Diana, come on, Diana. In Trinidad and Tobago, so you were saying that if it's his cousin, he colluded with his cousin to do what they did in Tobago? Are you trying to suggest that?
Listen to me. It is a premise for collusion to occur.
No,
I don't talk. I just say what I got to say.
No,
that a premise for a collusion.
That don't make sense.
I cannot speak because there's a matter before the court.
That's what
there's a matter before the court.
I said alleged. I didn't say alleged.
Yeah, but that making sense. That not making sense.
Wait. Answer back up. Your cousin is on the brink, the political brink or whatever, and you work in an institution where you have access to the votes and whatever. And you're telling me you're going to try to help your cousin win? Hello. Who you talking to?
Well, look at Trinidad. Look at Trinidad. We have the independent senators. We have the independent senators appointed by the president. We have the independent senators.
All right, I say alleged.
We have the independent senators appointed by the president in a public vote, in a motion that talks about whether the presidency should be censored. Now, how do you expect them to vote? And this is a thing with my PNM friends. When there's clear evidence of possible collusion, they turn a blind eye. They turn a blind eye and say, no, that cannot happen. Do you expect it to happen? If, for example, I, as an independent senator, were appointed by the president, and there's a vote on her conduct, how do you expect me to vote? And when we ask that it be a secret ballot, and there's provision for secret ballots in Trinidad's constitution when we elect a president, we were told no. And we were told that we are somehow presumptuous to assume that these honorable gentlemen will not consider the fact that she appointed them and she could dismiss them. She could move them with a pen. And these are the kinds of, you see, Trinidad is operating on a myth now. The British, they understand how the thing works. We have a situation where the Prime Minister appoints the Speaker. Now, how could the Speaker, and Dr. Rowley is not the kind of person who will speak kindly to the Speaker if he is annoyed with her. And here I'm presuming, I'm not stating a fact. If he appoints the Speaker, how could we expect in Trinidad with a person like Dr. Rowley, which reminds me a little bit about like Donald Trump, who he will take the independent institutions and so manipulate it. And we are told when you ask a question that you are unpatriotic. And these are the kind, we have asked, for example, that the Speaker be a creature of the House and that she should be elected by a 3/5 majority of both parties in the House, all sitting MPs. We are told no. Right now, I sit on a joint select committee, the Foreign Affairs Joint Select Committee. And we have asked in that joint select committee, since it is an oversight committee, that it should be chaired by an independent senator. Right now, it is chaired by a cabinet minister, sworn to cabinet collective responsibility. So we have a situation in foreign affairs and in national security, where a minister chairs the oversight committee of the same government that we are supposed to have an oversight of. So the systems are collapsing. In the past, we had We had independent senators who were treated with respect. And I think there's a generational problem in Trinidad. Persons like Ellis Clark, persons like Hassan Ali, even Chambers, Manning, these were people of a certain temperament. They may disagree with you, but they wouldn't insult you and say, kiss my what and whatever. Right now in Trinidad, we are, I would say, the laughing stock of the Caribbean. You were talking about Dominica. You look at the performance in sports. I think Anselm is a reputable sportsman in Trinidad and Tobago, recognized. We are joke in the Olympics. Grenada got a silver medal in the Olympics. But Jamaica getting gold. What they say about Jamaica? In the colonial era, England stole all the gold from Jamaica, and Jamaica is winning it back one medal at a time, in the Olympics. Bahamas got a goal or 2 goals. Trinidad, 0. 1.4 million people. And Grenada got a goal. Let's take soccer. When I was growing up, we had a Don Basil Matthews, St. Benedict's football side. St. Benedict's football side held a Brazil youth side to a draw. That was the kind of esteem we had in sport. You know, we got knocked out of the first rounds of the preliminaries for the World Cup soccer. And guess by whom? Bermuda beat Trinidad. The 50,000 persons in Bermuda beat Trinidad in soccer. You know who headed our group? St. Vincent and Nevis.
Mr. Charles, we have a minister of sports that never pitched marbles. What do you expect? That never throw a netball. What do you expect? What do you expect?
But at the end of the day, I'm a Trinidadian and I'm proud. So I will not criticize her in a public forum, in an international forum like yours. But I cringe, and Trinidad and Tobago, we cringe, whether it is economics, whether it is, look, Haiti last year recorded 1% growth in the economy, 1% growth. We had minus in Trinidad, minus. We are now, our debt when we left the government in 2015, our debt to GDP ratio is 40%. Now it's heading for 88%. So we are a broke country. And you know the thing about Trinidad and the thing about Dr. Rowley? He feels that we are the biggest country in the world. He could tell the US ambassador, I take umbrage to you, right? He wants to insult who he tells foreign countries what he thinks about them without being diplomatic and sensitive and whatnot. And he doesn't realize that Trinidad and Tobago is no longer the wealthy country in the Caribbean. It is Guyana, Barbados, doing things like allowing visitors to come and work in Barbados. If they with a COVID arrangement, we have nothing. We lock out our citizens from our country. Our citizens who went to Guyana to earn foreign exchange, we lock them out.
Yep. But didn't Minister Imbert said that he compared our growth, Trinidad and Tobago's growth, to Latin America, and said that they did better. Trinidad and Tobago did better than, and he called a whole heap of Latin American countries.
What he didn't tell you is that our rating is it is BA minus with negative, from positive outlook to negative outlook. That is junk bond status. Trinidad and Tobago is junk, and you could check it. Go and check their Moody's or S&P Standards and Poor, and check Trinidad rating and just see classification of our rating. It is junk bond status. When we left, it was investment status, secure. You could have invested. The problem with that, when you have junk bond status, all your loans become high-risk loans, and you have to pay significant interest rate. So I am concerned.
Mr. Charles,
I am concerned about the future.
Mr. Charles, I hear you, right? And I want to put some things you said in a little perspective as well, right?
Correct.
You said about conflict of interest, right? With respect to
Yes.
Senator Shuri Prasad, right? Because her sister was the former chair of the PSC, and there's a conflict of interest. But when you talk about conflict of interest, there must be some kind of benefit or gain. What is the benefit or gain for Senator Suresh Prasad?
Conflict of interest does not have to be necessarily benefit or gain.
It has to be some kind of.
It has to do blurred judgment. Blurred. If I have a situation where my son is competing for a job with someone else, and I have to make a judgment on that, I would absent myself. If the judgment is
because there's some benefit or gain. Because there's some benefit or gain.
Yes, the benefit is that she will vote for her sister. Or she'll vote for the side in which her sister is involved. And in this situation, whether you like it or not, her sister is in fact, her whole commission resigned on her because it is alleged, let me be careful, it is alleged that she got a list from the members. She was supposed to give it to the president, Her Excellency. Somebody, some public official, unknown to date, some people have said they think is the prime minister or not, interfered. And the list was, we have two versions of the list. One version says it was not presented, and the president says it was presented and the same day withdrawn. And significant in any debate on that issue would be the role and function of Bliss Prasad. She has to tell us, as chairman of a body, what she did with the list. Does she corroborate what the president said? Or is there another story? And is the prime minister involved? Because if the prime minister is involved, that is misbehavior in public affairs. He cannot interfere in an independent institution that is constitutionally protected. Its autonomy is constitutionally protected. And we can dance as much as we want. If we were operating by British principles, from Westminster principles, her sister would have to absent herself. And that's why when you take these British Westminster high ideals and you apply it in our third world country, you'll get all kind of excuses that there is not a conflict. But everybody, any child, my grandchildren will tell you that and what we were saying, what the UNC was saying is not that she should not be present, but she should at least declare interest.
Okay.
So get up and say, listen, my sister, and then I remain.
So listen to this, right? Let me say I agree with you. I'm saying that, Mr. Charles, you are 100% correct. Shuri Prasad should recuse herself because her sister was the PSC chair. Now, how about Senator Jayanti Lakshmi, who was an attorney in the same proceedings? She was Anna Logan Jr. in the matter of Ravi Balgobin Maharaj's legal claim against the state with respect to the validity of legal notice 183. You were saying that there was a conflict of interest. You were saying there was a conflict of interest over there. How is this not a conflict of interest?
If your facts are correct, then there is a potential conflict of interest. But the point is, there are two ways of identifying a conflict of interest. I could voluntarily declare it, or it could be drawn to my attention, Mr. Charles, your son is the subject of the discussion, and we think you should declare interest, and I declare. So if what the facts you give, the facts you give are correct, and she were challenged, she would have to declare her interest.
But that's factual. That's factual. That Senator, because she was here. She was in the village here with the Dark Triplets and WZY 95.9 FM. You know, and this is factual that she was Rana Ramlogan Jr. in the matter of Ravi Balgobin Maharaj's legal claim against the state.
Yeah.
That is, and when we come into the village, we keep it real and we stick to facts. That was actually facts.
No, and I am sticking to facts too. If it was drawn to her attention and she did not, then there's a problem. But it was drawn to Mr. Prasad's attention and refused. So it's a big, because watch, let me explain this difference. There could be direct conflict of interest like Bliss, And there could be indirect conflict of interest that somebody's born in San Fernando, we went to school together, and therefore I may have a soft spot for him. I may not see that. But if it is drawn to my interest, I have to declare it and say, yes, Ralph Maraj and Rodney Charles went to Naparima College at the same time. I have declared my interest and I continue. The speaker would rule whether or not you should remain. Having been drawn, and this is the difference with Bliss, it was drawn to her attention. And she just smiled and moved on. This Trinidad, you smile and move on. And I'm asking you a question. Even if that was England, you think that would be allowed? No. But this is Trinidad, and we'll make all kind of excuses. And this is the PNM's problem. Instead of confronting an issue and setting an example for the next, O'Halloran is the same thing. When Lee Kuan Yew came into power and 4 of his ministers were engaged in corrupt action, 3 resigned and 1 committed suicide. What happened in Trinidad? Well, if you don't like it, get the hell out of here. Lock joint. Or and I know you are PNM, and you're entitled to your view. But the PNM created a culture where these things are acceptable. So when you raise it in Trinidad,
top of the hour, when you raise it, Mr. Charles, top of the hour.
Mr. Charles, we want you to stick and stay, right? And when you come back, we want to talk to you about, this is not a calypso, but it's singing for supper. Singing for their supper. We want to talk. It's not a calypso, but we want to address that with video come back. It's in the village with the dark triplets on WZY 95.9 FM. Of course, we have with us MP Rodney Charles, and we are having a nice, wonderful, vibrant discussion here in the village with the dark triplets. Stick and stay, don't go nowhere. We'll be right back.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
And of course, we are back with you. It's in the village with the dark triplets on WZY 95.9 FM. We come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. That's Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. Now, Mr. Charles, I hear you talk about the independent senators, right? But don't you think...
What did you say? Independent senators?
Yeah. Independent senators. Right. Oh, yes. And we hear the allegation by the opposition that the independent senators are singing for their supper. Don't you think that was a kind of harsh allegation against these independent senators?
I will ask you a question, and I'll respond by a question. If we are debating, the point for debate is the performance of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And these independent senators were appointed by Her Excellency in her own right. Nobody asked, no qualifications, no anything. She appoints, and she could disappoint. I think any reasonable person would come to the conclusion that if someone would be hard pressed in that situation to vote against the president, if I were an independent senator. And that is why, as I said, the Constitution makes provision for that by allowing for what they call secret ballot. And I'm putting it to you, I'm almost sure, but I can't prove that if it were a secret ballot, we might have had 1 or 2 supporting the position of the United National Congress. And this is why Lloyd Best, many years ago, Lloyd Best had called for a Mako Senate, appointed not by one person, Her Excellency, who in fact is appointed by the Prime Minister. Let's face that as a fact. So, right, he is saying that we should have a representative of the IRO, right? So he or she is representing the interreligious organization. We could have somebody representing the trade union movement. He or she represents the trade union movement. So when they vote, it is the trade union movement voting. Or we could have the youth council. So we have a young person who represents the youth, presumably voting in that situation. Do you not think that Lloyd Best was onto something? And that is why the institutions are collapsing in Trinidad.
No checks and balances.
This center is not holding. So right now, the president, Her Excellency, is going to appoint a commission. Going to appoint a police service commission. One of the names, Mr. Ramdani, that has been floated. I'm not sure. Based on the information we have, and I have to be careful with legal, libel, and these things. Based on the information that I've seen, he is an employee of Amalgamated, who represents the 1%. Amalgamated gets all the contracts for transporting prisoners, and everywhere you go, you see Amalgamated people now. They get everything now. And he will have his employee on the Police Service Commission. Lord. And we do not see a conflict of interest there. So that is one name. The first name that was floated had to be removed because he was close to a minister. Close to, and they were identified closeness, appointed out. And I think that name was withdrawn. So we have a situation in Trinidad. Young people are losing faith. I am a politician, and when I travel, I have to pull off the MP sticker because people think we are drawing money, false pretenses. We are not helping the people. We are serving our own interests. That is it. How could you have a minister of attorney general who recuses himself over 30 times? Think about that. I would be ashamed if I come from a Baptist background, and I'm not particularly religious. But if something came up twice, I would say this is not looking good. 4 times, I have to step out because I'm conflicted because what they're discussing is a benefit to me. But they see nothing wrong with that. And so Trinidad, young generation, they're just going through the motions. If they could migrate, they would migrate. And I know a lot of people who are migrating. In fact, houses are now, you could get houses cheaper now because people are selling out their houses and leaving.
So, Mr. Charles, what else also says that the statement that's singing for their supper, you find that statement was well founded by the opposition party. That allegation of singing for the supper
was given in cross-talk. That was given in cross-talk. As they voted, there were shouts from the opposition. Yes, singing for the supper, right? Because and that is acceptable. I could send you some videos of British Parliament where they are rowdier than that. That is child play. I could show you in Mexico a man undressed in Parliament. So I could singing for your supper. What's that?
I've seen that.
I have seen in South Korea, Bosshead, South Korea, India. I have the list. I have the list of countries. You want me to read it for you? Italy, Bosshead.
So you are saying that we in Trinidad should follow these examples. That's what you are saying.
I never said Bosshead. We should boss it.
It's acceptable.
But I am saying that robust crosstalk. Robust crosstalk. I have been called duppy in Parliament. I have been called stupid, imbecile, imp, chimp, dog. I have been called that. The Prime Minister has called somebody, don't touch my cat and don't leave me. That is the kind of, and I say, you're singing for your supper. How does that compare? You see, and let me see. Let's face facts. We in Trinidad, that's why I love my Jamaicans. They talk the truth. They're robust. That is why you go in the United States and you see Congressman Colin Powell, Jamaican. You see Harris, descendant of Jamaican. Marcus Garvey.
Eric Holder.
And Trinidad, we tolerate, we little things, we blow it out of proportion.
Go ahead, Antonio. Antonio, you had a question? 1 minute, Mr. Charles. Antonio, you had a question?
Yeah, well, not really a question, but just an observation. Young people don't really watch Parliament, but I watch parliament a lot. And the most recent one was the most, people would say bacchanalist, confusionist of the time. But I find that was the most assertive, leadership banging sense from the opposition in the first time for a while. And personally for me, I would say, in order to stop the bullies from bullying, you need to stand up to the bullies. So, yeah, in order to stop the bullies from bullying, you need to stand up to the bullies. And, as I would observe too, it had a kind of retrograde, You was watching it and you would have said, well, wait, Mr. Visa says Prime Minister again, or I get confused for a second. I say, well, wait, why is in there? Government just in awe, in shock, like they only could bully when people quiet and trying to be professional, more professional. But when people who put themselves out as more leaders and expose the lack of leadership from their political rivals, they become quiet and decide to criticize on social media. That's what I have to say about that. So, yeah.
I think I have to agree with you, sir. The talk in Trinidad on the ground is that opposition is meek, that we allow Rowley to slap us out, that the speaker routinely insults us. I have been told, shut up and sit down. Shut up and sit down, Mr. Charles from Naparima. I've been told I do not have freedom of speech. So you go into a situation in Parliament and you are routinely insulted, and you are told vote and go. You are told when you ask about bliss, you are told no, it's overruled. You ask about a debate, you're overruled. So what is our position? To sit down and just meekly take blows from a bully?
Nope.
And when you get up and listen, we are in a no-win situation with the PNM. You keep quiet and you take less, and they say the opposition is a waste of time. That Rowley routinely insults us and treats us like nonsense. And when you get up and all we did was, we didn't curse. We didn't insult anybody. The queries we raised were valid. Ponging this is normal. Even in the British Parliament, they don't pong, but they shout. And the speaker ought to say, order, order, order. In Canada, there's a member of Parliament from Lethbridge. It's on Facebook. And she got up and routinely told the speaker of the federal parliament in Ottawa, Canada, where to get off. In Trinidad, we wouldn't even get a sentence. The speaker would get up, and our standing order says, you have to sit down when she stands up. So what the PNM would want in our parliament is a docile UNC. And we have reached the point where we just fed up. We're not prepared to take it anymore. I want to say something tonight. When I die, I don't want no 1 minute silence in Trinidad Parliament. It is not a place where you have vigorous debate. It is one-sided. It is too much controlled by the executive. And what we have in Trinidad is a constitutional whitewashing of a dictatorship in Trinidad and Tobago. Dr. Rowley says, I could talk to the president anytime, any place, any hour about anything. And it's nobody's business, and I don't have to tell you. But no, there's a democracy. That is a 21st Jeffersonian democracy we're talking about, or a bully and a hooligan and a wajat. Sorry to use those words. Sorry to use
this too. Oh, go ahead, my bad.
Mr. Charles, isn't that the system that we are in today? Isn't that the Westminster system that we're in? But before we go, I want to bring up this point. Ramesh Lawrence Moraj issued an opinion. I don't know if you saw his opinion, but
yes, I heard it.
Right. It says Section 34 of the Constitution consists of a procedure of 3 stages in order to remove the president from office. And he says, A is the first stage of the motion for the removal of the president from office seeking the investigation by a tribunal. That motion must state the full particulars of the grounds for removal. That motion must be signed by not less than 1/3 of the total membership of the House of Representatives. This motion would in particular constitute the complaints against the president. Is that accurate or is that inaccurate?
I would prefer to say, let the courts decide. We are going to take it to court as an interpretation of the position of our position vis-a-vis what the speaker did. I think my leader has said so, and and thank God we have the Privy Council. Thank God we have in Trinidad and Tobago the Privy Council. So these law lords will sit in England, they will look at the fact, and they will dispense justice, and we will abide by whatever they do. But until that happens, it is an opinion that you are presenting. And the opinion of the person you call the senior counsel was at variance from Anand's opinion, and Anand's prevailed in the court. So let's leave that to the courts.
Mr. Charles, I think what is happening in Trinidad and Tobago in Parliament, and I might be wrong, I am never right. I always say I'm never right, just an observation as a poet. I believe they're trying, there's a famous quote by Vladimir Lenin, the best way to control the opposition is to lead it ourselves. So I'm of the belief that is what is happening. But what they have to realize is the opposition's job is to oppose. The opposition's job is to oppose.
And provide alternative policies for governance. But you see, in Trinidad, we inherited an Eric Williams, he was dominant and brilliant, but he had flaws. And one of his flaws was, when I talk, no damn dog bark. So now, in the hands of our Chambers or Manning, that would work. In the hands of a Rowley, when the Calypsonians, I mean, I've listened to Sparrow Calypso, Sparrow sang the Calypso. When I am a born dictator, and when I pass an order, Mr. Speaker, and this matter shall go no further. We know I could sing it by heart if I had time. But the Calypsonians were fair and balanced. All the Calypsonians, all in Trinidad have been bought out by the PNL. Right? All the institutions. You know what was what is great about what happened in this instance with Bliss and the president and the prime minister? All along we suspected but didn't have the evidence that that Dr. Rowley was interfering in all the independent institutions. So we never had the evidence. It so happened that one gentleman, Kewal Singh, I think his name was, hinted to us that a high official intervened. Now, if that was fleshed out, we would have gotten the clear, irrefutable evidence that the executive was interfering in the independent institution. And every step was taken to make sure that that issue is never aired. And I could tell you, and probably in a week, 2 weeks' time, or 3 weeks' time, we'll be hearing what happened to the Kennedy, whether they're going to release the classified information. At least in the United States, whether it took 60 years, you're going to get it. In Trinidad and Tobago, I am almost stating with a high level of assurance, we will never know who was the high public official who interfered in an independent, constitutionally guaranteed, autonomous institution. And that is, and everybody happy with that. And they will justify it and put me on the defensive for asking what is a legitimate question. That's why Trinidad has a problem. We have to stop making excuse to the PNL.
Someone in the chat asks, right, why do we always refer to England when we're talking about these issues? Why do we?
Because it's a fact. Our constitutional principles were handed us from England. Whether we like it, I don't like it, but that is what it is.
And the person says, "Oh, aren't we independent though?"
No,
Republic.
No, partner. No, don't fool your fat. Don't fool your. Don't think. We know that if, for example, they had a thing called FATCA, FATCA is where all my financial information has to be sent. It has to be sent. Sorry, if you who are dual citizen, you come to Trinidad, all your monies, all your bank accounts have to be in anything sensitive has to be sent to the United States. Everything. When we asked in Trinidad and in Parliament when we had FATCA, how about protecting our citizens? And we are told to be unpatriotic. We have to do it. Do you know right now Trinidad is on the blacklist of the EU, the European Union, the second largest economy, and the economy with the second reserve currency, the US and the euro? We are on the blacklist. Trinidad alone. Dominica got off the list 2 weeks ago. Barbados is off the list. Bahamas off the list. Grenada, St. Vincent, St. Lucia, Nevis, and St. Kitts. Trinidad is on the list. For God's sake, let us realize the crisis that Trinidad is in. We are, yes.
The playbook that we are using in Trinidad and Tobago is one that brings us to where we are today. I always say, and I've said it before, it was an excellent opportunity that was had by the People's Partnership to make a difference and change that playbook, meaning tweak the Constitution so that today we'll be in a better place. And the reason why I say that they had a good chance because they had, I'm sure they had a 2/3 majority that they could have enjoyed doing that with.
In Trinidad and Tobago, you need 2 terms to clean up the nonsense that the PNM has left. Let me tell you, let me explain, partner. You're in there for 5 years, right? You inherited then the economy was two consistent quarters of negative growth. You have permanent secretaries. I am convinced that the permanent secretaries are loyal most. Stand to be corrected to the PNM. So here the problem that you face as a government when you come in after the PNM. In fact, Robinson came after the PNM and they almost killed him. You come after the PNM and you find right now, if you are a senior officer in Trinidad and Tobago regiment, you're guaranteed a government post. So you have Edmund Dillon, who was a minister. You have the director of the SSA. You have Pritchard, who was given the job to investigate Gary Griffith, which again is illegal because the Prime Minister is not supposed to get into the internal affairs, operational aspects of the TTPS. So when you get into power, people feel like, oh, you're elected. It takes about 3 years, partner. The president, according to the president terms, the president has 4 years. And if you get him or her with 1 year, you have 3 years as our president. The DPP, the Chief Justice, all of them may be appointed by the previous government. And you cannot in Trinidad, you cannot if you're operating by the law, so you usurp the role of the DPP or the president or the Chief Justice. So that it is easy to say, we had a constitution where we could walk in Parliament and do whatever we want. That is not the reality. And in fact, one of the concerns we have, and I think Rudal Munilal, MP Munilal spoke about it, he's warning senior public servants that they are not to be handmaidens of the government. They are constitutionally protected because we have service commissions. A politician cannot fire a permanent secretary because he's protected by the service commissions. But they are appointed, just as we now know that the commissioner of police is appointed. Now, let's face it, you come into power and the commissioner of police is appointed by Dr. Rowley and he has 7 years service. What are you going to do? Fire him? He'll take you to court and win. He'll go to the Privy Council and win. So therefore, you need 2 terms because the PNM is a cult, the PNM is a legacy, the PNM is an institution in Trinidad.
Another question.
But Mr. Charles, but you saying that the PNM is a cult, right? We had Judge Volney on here, and he says the UNC is a cult. He was a member of the UNC. He was a member of the People's Partnership.
Let me disabuse your mind. Let me distribute.
1 minute.
Yeah.
1 minute. If you were saying that's a cult, he said the UNC is a cult. So we have two cults in Trinidad and Tobago then.
No. He's
Because
entitled to his opinion.
you are one individual
Well,
saying that.
Anselm, the PNM been longer in government. The PNM put
But
everything in
that's
place.
not the point. That's not the point. The point is
No.
that.
I mean, it's not the point.
The point is that
Let me give you. Let me give you empirical evidence. Empirical evidence.
Okay.
Right now, we have had a number of PNM ministers who did not get positions. Right? LeHunt is one. A lot. None came out and criticized the PNM. Right now, we have, I won't call names, but you know, go in the papers. They write every day. They write every day.
Didn't get positions in what?
Didn't get position in government. LeHunt tried to get Labre constituency and he was rebuffed on about 4 occasions by the PNM.
But Mr. Charles, that's a process. He went through the process and they didn't select him.
Yes, but being a member of the cult, remember, Mr. What's his name? The Prime Minister talked about
utilities. He was Minister of Public Utilities.
Yes, and he was fired.
Drop his citizenship and come back.
No, he was fired. So what's the point? He was fired and he remained quiet because he's part of the cult. And in Trinidad, Ramona Randial has an article in the papers today criticizing us. And the point I'm making, if you're a cult, it is the code of the Costa Nostra that Dr. Rowley has spoken about. I have it on another tape here. I have it played for you. He said we keep each other's secrets. It's not Rodney Charles talking here. It's Dr. Rowley.
So, Mr. Charles, Devon Mirage was here 2 days ago. And he criticized the UNC. So you are saying he's not part of the cult, right? Because he criticized the
UNC. I'm saying that behavior by him indicates that we do not have a cult, because a cult has an enforcement arrangement. So in the UNC, everybody criticizes the leader. And I could name 10 names right now of people who criticize the leader. I won't call their names.
Not currently an MP. Not currently an MP. Not currently an MP and in the current cabinet. Not currently in Parliament.
What?
Who currently in Parliament have publicly criticized the opposition leader?
Nobody in Parliament has criticized the opposition, and nobody in the PNM MPs have criticized. So the only point of reference we have is those who left immediately. And if you're in a cult, you understand that loyalty is enforced.
Mariano Brown has criticized the PNM.
Who?
Mariano
Brown, that's tame. That is tame. Mariano Brown is what? Let me give you kind of instances of criticism of the UNC.
The former Minister of Finance have criticized the PNM.
Criticize the PNM. Listen. All right, you give me 2. Give me more. I will give you for every 2. I'll give you 10 on our side. Right? Vassan Bharat. Let's go on. You give me none. I can name 10.
So you say it's a cult of numbers. It depends on the amount of people.
No, I'm saying that
criticize.
If you have 2 organizations, and two churches, and in one church, 1 or 2 persons come out and very tamely say, well, your policy, your economic policy could have been fine-tuned to blah, 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 blah. And then you have another one who comes out and says the UNC is a waste of time. Even our leader is doing, our founder of the party. One of the things about the UNC is democracy. Mr. Pandey, I think he's in the papers recently are saying, we, the UNCs, whatever. How many times you'll get that in the PNM? Let's be fair. We have our loyalties and whatnot, but there's empirical data. And I was in the PNM too many years ago, and I know how it operates. I know. I was working with Cuthbert Joseph. I was working with Cuthbert Joseph, and Cutty would call me. I was a research officer, just came back from Canada after studying. And Cutty would tell, don't speak to that tea lady downstairs because she has close links to Eric Williams and she would carry news. And we know the thing. We know the thing. I was with Cutty and we went in some place in Lavantie and a lady say, hold on, I want my child transferred. And then Cutty dancing and she picked up the phone and talked to Eric Williams and the child was transferred. In front of my face, I'm a junior, a little boy, 25 years old, just come back from Canada and watching all these things. When I left, when Cutty wanted me from Cowan Hamilton, where I was a teacher of geography, he wanted me. I was given secondment in one day in Trinidad public service. So don't talk to me about the cult. I know. You want more cult? Dr. Masson was permanent secretary, and I on the executive floor with Dr. Masson, Cutty Joseph, Dr. Errol Furlong, and a fellow called Louis Baradas. And many times as a little boy, I would see Dr. Masson on the phone talking to Eric Williams. And then the years after, I see Dr. Masson is head of the EBC. And I always, and Dr. Errol Furlong could substantiate what I'm saying. He's alive. Of all the names I call, he's the only one alive. And I see him at the EBC, and I know that is the thing working. So don't fool me. I know. I am 72 years old. I am born yesterday. And since I was age 27, I was in senior positions in the public service. And in NP and in Trinidad. And in COSTAT and in the UN. So I know, I'm not talking here. There are certain things I don't even want to talk. But the PNM has infiltrated look, I was campaign manager of the United National Congress and they raid my place, our head office. Do you think the police service could raid Balize house? Have they ever? They mad to do that? What about what's his name? Pandey. I see about 36, 6 foot strapped in man to lock up a 70-year-old, 5'2", probably 100 pounds. Was that necessary? Don't tell me about this cult. Don't tell me about this cult. And
exactly. Yeah, come on, preach. Don't hold back.
Kamla tells me, Kamla Prasad Bisesa told me when Rowley lied about Emailgate, the police rushed and took all their computers, all their phones, seized it, big public display. Now we have a situation with AV drilling. We have a situation in Trinidad with I forgot the latest thing. But police very quiet.
Mm-hmm.
Police very quiet. Police in Trinidad. You want more? Richard told me.
But listen to this, Mr. Charles. You know, it's somewhat misleading to say that the taxpayers of Trinidad and Tobago have to pay $100 million. And here's why. $80 million of that money was the money that was going to be made by AV drilling. It's not like they have to go into the coffers and take out an extra $80 million in order to give to AV drilling for what they have won. And the additional 20 was money that was already allocated to AV drilling. So it's kind of misleading to say that.
Hold on a second. Ansel Roger wasn't here. And he told you the government mashed up Petrotrin to cover up the evidence what taking place there. Didn't he tell you that?
But that's not the point, though. The point is
that. Yeah, we won the case. We won the case in the Privy Council, and the next thing we hear is that they're onto a negotiation.
Was my statement inaccurate?
What? Your statement?
That money.
We do not know the evidence. We are told that, and I know the PNM, and I do not uncritically accept what they say. All I know is there were 2 white people from England who say that there was evidence, plausible evidence, that there was malfeasance. I know that the lawyer, the senior counsel, I think her name is Deborah Peake, said that they should challenge it. And you see me, I give up. I give up. Because if people know and they're pretending they don't know and they're inventing arguments to the PNM, we go take it and we rotung kotunko. It is the intellectuals who allow the PNM to get a pass with stupidity.
Mr. Charles,
and they know they cannot go in a university, they cannot go in a classroom, a A-level class with serious children and argue what they argue.
Mr. Charles, last thing before you go, right? Is the October Revolution going to continue in November and December, or is the October Revolution only for the next few days? And do you think when you put revolution next to a word, you know, it doesn't send the right connotation?
Well, a revolution, I have heard about the Bible saying that when you're born again, you become a new man. That is a revolution, right? You change. So that whatever construct you want to put on it, a negative construct or a positive construct. I have heard the Black Power Revolution was the single most positive thing that ever happened to Trinidad, insofar as people like me could have worked in the banks, etc., etc. So that I would not take the negative PNM connotation. I would say it is an attempt. It is an attempt to show Trinidad and Tobago an alternative way of operating. And if we don't, we either accept incremental stupid growth, where Trinidad, we have jokes, like we have a president appointed by the prime minister, but we expect her to be independent, and we appoint independent senators, and we expect them to be independent, and that kind of foolishness. If we want to continue with the foolishness that has operated in the past, well, then we will end up like Haiti. Barbados is moving ahead of us, people. Jamaica is moving ahead. She's being positioned by the US for the shale gas to sell gas in the region. Bahamas is developing a pace. Trinidad and Tobago is going nowhere. We have no other industry. Diversification is a joke. Nothing happening. Hospitals in Trinidad, you go there to die. Your hospitals in Trinidad,
Mr. Charles,
you go there to die. I know. I made a decision to leave Canada and come Trinidad, and I was told by the foreign minister that you have to think about things in Trinidad, and you will be frustrated because you're a little intelligent. He used to lecture to me in Canada. Ottawa, I went to Carleton, and a lot of ministers would come and teach classes and whatnot. And I'm living to see the day. I'm living to see the day where my great country, that was the leader in the Caribbean, when Eric Williams spoke, he stood up to the United States and the Cuban Revolution. He and Manley and the Barbados, I forget his name.
Barrow.
When they spoke, Barrow, it was the one before. I remember his name. Grantley Adams. When they spoke, the world looked up to them. Trinidad and Tobago is a joke. For all you would say, when Kamala Prasad was head of Prime Minister of Trinidad, Xi Jinping, head of China, made Trinidad the first country in the Western Hemisphere that he visited. Xi Jinping, when he came, Biden begged. Biden, Vice President, begged, and he came the week after. We were a shining light. And I will give Eric Williams credit for doing that, starting that off. That process right now in Trinidad and Tobago is a joke. Nobody takes us seriously. We are laughing stock.
It's not a real place.
So Mr. Charles, we want to say thank you so very kindly. Any closing words before you go?
Well, I get emotional, and I am a patriot, and it is my hope. It is my hope. And I'm talking here out of turn, but I will say it nevertheless, that a next generation of PNM mites will rescue that party and the country, because the PNM, whether we like it or not, plays a significant part in our historical development and the evolution of our institutions in the country. And I hope that people like Penelope and Foster Cummins and the Minister of Foreign Affairs and a next generation, people we're probably not aware of, would be able to take the mantle and rescue that party from a situation which Manning warned us about. but we didn't listen.
Mr. Charles, we want to thank
Those
you
are
so
my
very
thoughts on
kindly.
this.
We want to thank you so very kindly. And it's always a pleasure, to have you here in the village with the Dark Triplets on WCB 95.9 FM. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you very much.
Charles.
Sir.
Thank you.
Thank you
Good,
very
good,
much.
good
Take
night,
care.
brother. I would like you to come back in a couple of weeks and give us an update. And if not that before that, maybe before that.
You're not fed up with me already?
No, man, we didn't
No.
get enough, man. We're talking about. I want you to come here and
Okay.
educate, answer. And...
Okay.
All right, take care, Mr. Charles. It's a
Okay,
pleasure.
sir. Thank you.
All right.
All the
Good
best.
night, brother. We'll talk.
Yeah,
Good night, sir.
so it's in the village with the Dark Triplets on WZY 95.9 FM. I'm not gonna keep our next person any longer. I'm gonna add him to the stream right now. Let me bring in no other than radio host Darian Marcelle. Darian Marcelle is in the village with the Dark Triplets on WZY 95.9 FM. We have with us D is considered to be Diana. Diana is considered to be Storm. They call me A is Ansem. Ansem is Flash of Wall Street. G is Gary. Gary is considered to be Phantom, and we have a fourth person who is called Tommy. Tommy is considered to be the love child by the ladies in the chat. Darian Marcelle, welcome to In the Village to the Dark Triplets on WZY 95.9
And our guest
FM.
co-host. Our
Guest
Anton.
co-host. Yeah, but we have plenty of people tonight. Antonio. Yeah. Welcome, Darian Marcelle. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm excellent, Anselm. Good night to you, and good night to your co-host. Good night to your viewership and listenership. It's a pleasure to be here with you. It's nice. It's nice to be here on your program. It's a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
You used to be with us when we were small, right? When we was little, in the village with Ansem and Margie.
I know I would have participated once or twice, and I was also at one of your studios probably 2 years ago.
Yeah, that when we were small, man. When we were just in the village with Ansem and Margie. But Mr. Marcelle.
Yes, sir.
You I'm sure you heard the discussion before, right? And this program here we have is a program of a little difference, right? In that we bring people from different persuasions into the village, and we ask some tough questions, right? So the question for you, right, is when you look at what happened in the parliament, right, this past Thursday, and there's two sides to the coin. There's the PNM side, and then there's the UNC side, right? What was your take on what happened in the parliament? I'm not looking for a legal perspective. I'm just looking for your take on what happened in the parliament.
Well, Anselm, actually, I am guided by the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago. As a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, there are rules, there are laws that governs the country, and the Constitution is the book that guides the processes in a country. If there are no such things, then there will be disorder. And all countries, the United States have a constitution. Everybody have a constitution. That's why when they wanted to impeach Mr. Trump, President Trump, they had to go to Congress and the Senate. And there's a process. That's why when it was going live on the television, you saw the count of the amount of people voted for and against, because it was guided by the Constitution. There's a process, and therefore it is not wise to take a side. It is wise because we are, unlike what other people say, we are a real country, and we have a constitution that has guided us for a long time, and our independent institutions are alive and well. I heard one of your guests or someone say that the country is in disarray. But I want to bring to your attention one recent issue where there was the matter of Mr. Balgobin Maraj at the court, and his lawyer, senior counsel Anand Ramlagan, asked that the judge recuse herself because she was allegedly a family member of somebody in Vietnam. And he asked very early that she recuse herself. But the rule of law won out because Mr. Anand Ramlagan won the case for his client under the rule of law. So the same judge he asked to remove herself because she biased ruled by the law, and he won the matter. You understand? So there is a rule of law, and if you want to be a civilized country, you have to have rule of law. And I'm very proud of the republic of which I'm a citizen of, the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And for the benefit of your listeners and viewers, Barbados, only just a week or so, only last Monday,
A
got
republic.
a republic and got their first president. Prior to all of that, although they got independence, the Queen appointed their governor. So they've just caught up with us, Trinidad and Tobago, who got independence in 1962, and we became a republic in 1976. We have our own constitution. Our own constitution written by learned citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. The English didn't give us a constitution, as some would want you to believe. So there's rule of law. And when I read the law guiding the process, I was comfortable with the law because it's for everybody.
Mr. Marcelle. Mr. Marcelle.
Yes, good night.
Good evening.
With whom am I speaking?
This is Tommy.
Hi, Tommy. How you doing?
Good, thank you. Sir, you were talking about the Constitution, which is the playbook, as I say, that every nation works with. And most of all nations have had, from time to time, to take on revising the playbook or making necessary changes or tweaking it, as we say at times. In Trinidad and Tobago, time and again, it's been said that the playbook needs to be tweaked, and it's just lip service that's being offered and nothing else. Do you think?
But you know, Tommy, that's not the fact, because that's what our parliament is there for. So every time there are many laws that are tweaked and changed and modernized in our country on an ongoing basis. That is what our parliament is there for. There has been no complete overhaul of the constitution because we have a Republican constitution.
Do you think that we need a complete overhaul?
I think that it's always a work in progress, and every other country in the world tweak their constitution as from time to time. But I would not say we want a complete overhaul of our constitution. It is working for us.
So you're comfortable with the way it is right now?
Well, I said to you, as a nation that is growing, our constitution and our laws are tweaked all the time. So it's a work in progress. I don't know of any country that just take their constitution and throw it in the dustbin and go with a new one. That's not how it goes.
Nobody's saying throw it away, but we're saying that we need a major overhaul because...
But I don't know that. If you could justify that for me and tell me what about the constitution that needs a major overhaul, I'm prepared to hear what you have to say. But unless you can identify specifically, it's not that this country has been operating and functioning very well.
But Darian, I will identify one thing. I believe that the current parliamentarian system, where that the ruling party selects the leader, the Speaker of the House, right, needs to change. Because to me, in the history of politics in Trinidad and Tobago, when the leading party selects a speaker, that speaker is normally pro that party, and we have seen that for years upon years upon years. And I think that system has to change. I think that's a system. I know we follow the Westminster system, but I think that system has to change because when I select you as the speaker, it's highly unlikely that you will be impartial, right? And I think that system needs to change. So I think that's one of the things I will jump in there with what you are asking with respect, to what Tommy's asking. And I have a second one. I'll let you address that one.
But let me ask you, you live in the United States, the biggest and best democracy in the world, you claim. Who selects the speaker there?
No, I'm saying, yes, I understand. And I agree. No,
Who
course.
selected speaker there?
Yeah, the ruling party.
Okay.
So, but I'm saying that system has to change.
So it doesn't have to change in the United States? Does it have to change? Hold on. Does it have to change in England as well? Does it have to change in England too? And Australia?
Yeah.
Well, you see, there must be order. Now, you know what is interesting here? If somebody could tell me what this current speaker has done wrong in the process, I'm prepared to listen. You see, I heard Mr. Charles make lots of allegations and nobody fact-checked him. And I was disappointed at that, but that's okay. I know I was coming after. I'll give you an example. Mr. Charles said that they had a problem with Miss Bliss Sipasad's sister, and they had a problem with the Speaker of the House, and they have a problem with the President and the independent senators. But I want to tell you and your listeners and your viewers something. The motion before the House, moved by the leader of the opposition, was a motion to remove the president of the country. One that she did not even get right. And all this conversation and narrative that went on is to cover the fact that Miss Kamala Prasad-Bissessar, former Prime Minister, former Attorney General, somebody who has adorned herself silk, leader of the opposition with a number of lawyers in her team and available to her, totally missed the ball with the motion. So when you're asking Miss Sipasad's sister to remove herself because of a conflict, what was the conflict? Because the vote in the Senate was unanimous. So her removing herself in the first instance would not have made a difference to the vote, and there was no conflict because her sister was not the person in question in the motion moved by Miss Kamala Prasad-Bissessar. Neither was the Speaker of the House. So, and you see, the UNC is carrying on a narrative to take us away from the facts, but let's focus on the facts. An independent senator, sitting among many senators, has one vote on a matter before the House and the Electoral College by the leader of the opposition as it relates to the president, impeaching of the president, not her sister. So she voted. Her vote would not have made a difference, so in no way compromised anything. She was making a personal decision. That decision would have determined the outcome. So that's one. I was very disappointed as well to hear Mr. Charles, who claims he's a patriot, speak about the independent senators in the derogatory manner in which he did, simply because the independent senators did not vote on how the move of the motion and the team wanted to vote. But Mr. Charles must tell us, last year and the year before on the budget and on a number of bills brought before the House by the government, the independent senators either don't support it or there's a mix of support, some for, some against. And I want you to understand, if you don't already, and for the benefit of your listeners and viewers, the term independent senators means that independent, individual thought, independent thought. They are selected by the president, but they don't have a team. In other words, as the government might have a leader of government business in the upper house and lower house, and the UNC a chief whip in the lower house and upper house, the Indian senators don't have that. The independent senators don't caucus, sir. They all make their individual positions. And if you had a good time, at any point in time going forward, to listen to the independent men speak, you would see that they're all very independent. And I was very disturbed by the narrative, because the people who have been selected in the independent benches are all very well qualified, very well known and established professionals in Trinidad and Tobago, who have not at any point in time in their past known to anybody associated with any political party. So I'm disappointed that they could be reduced the way they were reduced. And this country has had a proud history of on our independent benches by all our presidents. All, you know. So I take umbrage as a citizen who love this country to make those allegations about those people who willfully gave or has given of their time and service to Trinidad and Tobago to spend time in the Senate, and they don't need it. They don't need it because they are all well-established professionals. More importantly, let me say this. More importantly, the independent bench have a wide range of professionals from different walks of life selected by the president. So different areas of operation and professions in the country are represented historically on the independent bench. Whether you're a trade union leader from AmCham, from or some area of expertise, they are all selected. And all presidents of Trinidad and Tobago, to the best of my knowledge, has kept that protocol. So I'm disappointed to hear the narrative expressed earlier and the way those good citizens of Trinidad and Tobago have been described and denigrated. It's very unfortunate, but it is what it is. I understand what it is.
Well, Mr. Marcelle, it was said that in the pecan within the parliament that they talk about, they were singing for their supper. So, I mean, I know that, and I had asked that question too as well, but I kind of understand that in the parliament there's a lot of pecan too as well, and people may say certain things on both sides of the coin.
Well, it was really about not getting your way, though, and it's unfortunate. And you see, it's unfortunate that the attention was taken away from the substantive issue to target people and call names, because the substantive issue, that is the motion, unfortunately was, and you would have heard Senior Counsel Martin Daly, Ramesh Lawrence Maraj, and many other senior people, senior professionals, legal minds, and so on, commented on it, and they focused on the law, which has to guide us. If you don't have a law, then we don't need traffic lights, we don't need the police to uphold the law, we don't need the courts, but we have laws, and there are guidelines by which you do things.
So here is a question from the chat, right? It says, why the secret private votes weren't allowed? Do you think that the secret private votes weren't allowed? I mean, I'm just reading the question. I'm just reading the questions as is, right?
Of whom? Private votes of whom?
I really don't know. I'm the person in the chat. If you want to qualify, but let me just go on, right? Do you think that would have made private for members to make more personal votes rather than party votes?
Well, what is the difference? Why didn't anybody on the UNC bench, or the 19 members of parliament and the 6 independent senators, it's 6 UNC senators, could we have expected any of them to not vote with the UNC? If you had a private vote, that question goes all the way around. And if you looked at the body language in the parliament, on the opposition benches, you would have seen people there withholding themselves. There are people who said, I'm present, and made no other comment, as some of the other members did.
Here's another question. Mr. Marcelle, do you think a person who rapes a minor should get bail and walk free in public to get a chance to do the same crime again and not change that law of no bail for rape?
I don't know how that is relevant to the issue at hand. And since I can't validate the question in terms of the law, I will choose not to answer it. I'm not a lawyer by profession. But what I can say is that, like every other part of the world, the people have constitutional rights guaranteed to them in the law. So if the law says that based on this offense, if you are charged, the man who is charged is innocent until proven guilty. That's a general principle in democracy. And therefore, if the law says that while you may charge him, you must now go to court and prove his guilt, so therefore he's innocent and he has entitlements by law, then that is what it is. regardless of how I may feel, I'd find that despicable that a man could sexually harass a child and survive. But guess what? In Trinidad and Tobago today, there's a man who is the minority leader of the Tobago House of Assembly. He's the president of a significant union in Trinidad and Tobago. He is the leader of a political party. He is offering himself for a seat in Tobago. He is president of a significant group of trade unions. He is before the court for rape and 4 counts of sexual assault, and he's walking free. He has been found guilty of a criminal matter, found guilty by the court, and he was given, I think he's still up for sentencing, but he is not only free to walk the country, he continues to hold on to office, and he's offered himself to the people of Tobago again on December the 6th. What should we do? Banish the man? The court, the laws guarantee certain things. Human rights. What is so different about Trinidad and Tobago than anywhere else? Men in the United States are guilty of murder. Then they have 1st degree, 2nd degree, they have this man of murder, and they're out on bail when based on the degree of murder and so on. What is so different about Trinidad and Tobago and our laws? And our laws have stand the scrutiny of time and continue to be respected around the world.
So Mr. Marcelle, we want you to stick and stay for a little bit, right? We got to go for a quick station identification. It's In the Village with the Dark Triplets on WZY 95.9 FM. We come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. That's Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. We have with us in the village tonight no other than, local radio host, out of TNT, no other than Mr. Darian Marcelle. Stick and stay, don't go nowhere. It's In the Village with the Dark Triplet. We'll be right back after this show.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
And of course, we are back with you. It's In the Village with the Dark Triplet and WZY 95.9 FM. We come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. That's Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. And Mr. Marcelle.
Yes, sir.
One thing that is very important to us here in the village was, and this is how this program really started. By the way, Mr. Marcelle, what are your views on Gary Griffith? Now, let me tell you, let me say this, right? Let me be transparent with you on Gary Griffith, right? In my book, Gary Griffith will go down as one of the worst commissioner of police in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. And here's why I say that. When Gary Griffith came into office, he told the people of Trinidad and Tobago to judge me on the murder rate. Judge me on the murder rate. And if I was to judge Gary Griffith on the murder rate, the highest murder rate was in 2008, which was 550 under James Filbert. The second highest murder rate was in 2019, or 538 under Gary Griffith. The third highest murder rate was in 2018, which was 516. And Gary Griffith shared that he came in August 2018. If I was to judge Gary Griffith based on what he said judge him on, right, he was one of the worst commissioner of police in Trinidad and Tobago, in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. What's your take?
Well, before I answer you, I heard Mr. Rodney Charles, a member of Parliament in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, and a very senior member of the UNC, make a comment, and nobody fact-checked him, that because you don't have a commissioner of police, the country crime is on a rampage, and the sky is going to fall in, and all of the appointments that have to take place, the promotions is a problem, and the no guns and all of that. Or he made all sorts of spurious remarks because we don't have a commissioner of police. And I noticed that some of the people on your panel who are making all sort of allegations about Trinidad and statements that they know nothing of because they have no interest in Trinidad, but making a lot of spurious comments with no fact at all, have seemed to forget that under the UNC, the Attorney General Anand Ramlagan removed and fired the then acting Commissioner of Police, Mr. James Philbert. They put in 2 foreigners as commissioner and deputy commissioner and then fired them and appointed Stephen Williams as acting commissioner of police for 4 years. And they kept on renewing his 6 months appointments repeatedly. So the appointment of Gary Griffith finally as a commissioner of police was the first we had in almost 6 years, a proper appointment of a commissioner of police. But nobody asked him about that. And Anand Ramlagan said, when asked why is he remaining acting commissioner of police, he said, we like it so they'll get to do what we want them to do. But nobody found anything wrong with that. I didn't hear anybody ask or challenge Mr. Charles on that or many of the things he said that were inaccurate. But I just thought I'd remind you of what he said. Nobody asked Mr. Charles, what statement you're making about all of these appointments and the leadership of the PNM and the Prime Minister. What about Reshmi Ramnaran, Reshmi's appointment to head of the Special Security Services of Trinidad and Tobago? Somebody who wasn't even qualified, somebody who really was just a clerk, a clerical person. What of that? Did you have any discomfort with that? Mr. Charles, what of the many people who were placed on state boards, given government appointments, who had fake resumes? What about that? Did you have a discomfort with that then? And there were so many questions I thought it was important to ask Mr. Charles in light of statements that he made.
So can I interject here?
One second.
Okay.
It was just 2 weeks ago, the Chinese ambassador to Trinidad and Tobago recommitted and told Trinidad and Tobago and the world that the Chinese government and Chinese people will always be loyal and faithful and cherish the relationship with Trinidad and Tobago because of our long-standing relationship and support that they've gotten. And I heard, it's important, Anselm, and your panel to know the facts, and we allow people to speak. Mr. Charles said that Guyana downgraded its commission, its embassy in Trinidad and Tobago to a consulate. Nobody asked him why. But do you know who's the consulate? Who's running the consulate in Trinidad and Tobago for Guyana? Anybody know? Anybody there listening? Anybody knows?
Inform us.
Mr. Ganga Singh. Out of Shagwanas, Mr. Ganga Singh is the man who everything has to go through in Trinidad. And in order not to appoint an official ambassador, they had to downgrade it to facilitate that arrangement. But nobody asked. And those of you who prepare to wash your mouth in Trinidad and Tobago don't have the facts about what's going on in Trinidad and Tobago. But you want to loosely make comments of which you know very little of. Because as you said and others, you have no interest in Trinidad. There's nothing for you to get from Trinidad. But yet still you pass your mouth loosely and say things.
Who said that?
No, I have to strongly agree with that statement, so I cannot agree what you're saying.
You don't have to be. The lady said that. Let her deny it.
I'm going when you finish speaking. Gary, let him finish his statement. Then I
just did finish that statement.
So when you finish, all right, Mr. Marcelle.
Yes, dear.
Fortunately for you, you have the name of my uncle that raised me when I was abandoned as a baby. So I will be soft on you today. When I say I don't.
Don't do me any favors.
No. Let me finish my comment. When I say I personally don't have anything to get from Trinidad, I mean me. I personally don't have anything to get from Trinidad, but I have an interest in Trinidad and Tobago because it is my birth country. I have an interest because right now there's a stranded citizen waiting on me to bring her home from where Trinidad and Tobago locked her out, Dr. Rowley. I have an interest in Trinidad and Tobago because I have been feeding people on the bread line. I have an interest in Trinidad and Tobago because I wanted back my ID card that I can vote and open a business in Trinidad and Tobago. So don't go there with me, Mr. Marcelle.
I want to tell you, if you have an interest in Trinidad, it should be also your business to get the facts before you speak widely without the facts.
I listen to a whole myriad of people. I listen to a whole myriad of people on this show.
No, but you don't listen to facts. I don't want you to listen. There's a lot of fake news.
Myriad, I read a lot. And Mr. Marcelle, Mr. Marcelle, you know what I don't understand what is going on in Trinidad and Tobago? What are they doing in Parliament for the people on the ground? People on the ground are suffering. They have no money to pay their bills, no money to buy their booklets for their children. They're behind on their rent. They're behind on all their bills, right? They're afraid of the vaccine. You have a prime minister buffing them. What is the government incumbent in Trinidad and Tobago doing for the suffering, hungry, starving people? I'm not emotional. Oh, no, I'm not emotional.
What you should do is get
that is just the storm.
What you should do is to get it facts.
What do you mean the facts?
You know, a storm is a destructive thing. A storm is a destructive thing.
I'm out to destroy something that ain't working.
All right, well, let me tell you.
When you have people that I have to be supporting.
Before you do that,
Darian, hold a minute.
And Donna Cox calling the people greedy. Donna Cox calling the people greedy. They're hungry. A young man reaching out to me and telling me that he has no food to give his little child that has gas pain. What is the government doing for the people of Trinidad and Tobago? That's what I want to know. I don't want to hear all the fancy talk and the lingo and the big language. What are you doing to take Trinidad and Tobago forward? How are you creating jobs for all these people that are coming out of university, well-versed and educated, Mr. Marcelle? What are you doing? What is the plan? What is the plan to take Trinidad and Tobago forward? You see what Barbados is doing and all that, all the other countries. What is Trinidad and Tobago? I don't want to hear all the law and the constitution. That ain't working for the people on the ground that's suffering.
Okay, Dan, let him answer. Go ahead, Darian.
It's interesting that you know what is going on in Barbados and St. Vincent, but you don't know what is going on in Trinidad, that you have an interest. And let me tell you, first of all, I don't know when you left Trinidad, but a very long time ago, the government of Trinidad and Tobago subsidized education, and you don't have to buy school books. When I was in school, the government gave a grant for school books. The government provided breakfast and lunch. That is historical, ma'am. A very long time ago. And it's no different today. The government buys the books in the school now, and the government has provided laptops and computers and so on as much as they could for students. So that has been going on a very long time. The government has given out a whole lot of things that many countries have not done for their citizens. Not only hampers at large numbers, all members of parliament, all 41, have gotten thousands of hampers for their constituents, and the government has purchased all the product and green growth and things that were planted by farmers in Trinidad and Tobago to give to citizens, and that's an ongoing thing. The government of Trinidad and Tobago has given grants and given money to businesses, small and medium and large, to citizens who could prove that they were disposed by work, by employment, and so on. And the government continues in terms of university degrees, people come out of school with universities and qualification. We have an OGT program that continues to function very well.
Oh, Lord.
Where young citizens coming out of the university, if they don't immediately get a job in the private or public sector, they are given opportunities on the job training, and that continues unabated in Trinidad and Tobago, funded by the state. So there's a whole lot has been happening, And in Trinidad and Tobago, like other parts of the world, the last 2 years has been very difficult, very challenging for economies. And countries have been closed their borders, and many people have lost their jobs. Businesses have closed, and we have not been protected from that because of COVID, the pandemic that has taken place. And the government has put a number of measures in recent times, having met and created a roadmap to recovery and other measures that they have identified in conjunction with meetings with the trade union movement, the business community, and the government, made recommendations that the government is implementing every day as we go along. So I would hope that for those who claim to have an interest in Trinidad and Tobago, before they
What do you
speak,
claim to have an interest in Trinidad? You're insulting me there. You are insulting me there because if I produce my receipts of my personal money that I have spent assisting Trinidad and Tobago citizens, I guarantee you is more than what Donna Cox gave out. I guarantee you that. And I won a humanitarian award for that. No, don't go there with me. Don't try to insult me that I have an interest in Trinidad and Tobago. That is my birthplace. That is my birthplace. I will always have an interest in Trinidad and Tobago. Because if Joe Biden decides to deport me, it's straight back to Trinidad he's sending me. I'm born there. My mother and father is Bajan. What is PNM doing for the people of Trinidad and Tobago? I don't want to hear all this big language, sir. I want to know what the plan is to take Trinidad and Tobago into the next century. What are they doing for Trinidad and Tobago? You're giving me a lot of lip service. You are giving me lip service. I want to know what PNM doing for my people. You're giving me lip service. I don't want to hear that. I want to know a plan, a solid plan. How to take Trinidad and Tobago. Good, go right ahead.
Answer him, because I think I gave the answers that I know are the facts.
So, Gary, did you want to say something?
Well, I want the gentleman to know, first of all, what group of people he's talking about or to here, because we are a group of people who stood up for Trinidad and Tobago citizens who were locked out of their country, that were on short trips, right? And could not get any assistance from any of the foreign missions that we have outside here, from the embassy, from the High Commission in the UK, to the to New York Consulate, Miami, Washington, D.C. There was no assistance to any citizens out here. You speaking to people who have put their money where their mouth is to assist our people when the government refused to listen to when we reached out to them.
Tell them, Gary.
Okay? And this guy here, Gary Mahabir, forced the government to set up quarantine, forced the government to expand quarantine, forced the government to work with me in granting exemptions when they wasn't responding to our citizens. People started responding when I got on board. The government started responding. I have many emails in my position that people was not getting any response from national security with the structure they set up. Okay? So I just want to educate you a little bit on the group of people that you're dealing with here when you say we have no interest in Trinidad and Tobago, and people like Diana Benskin is who I had to depend on to help me finance and counsel these people who were put out from where they were staying because they could not afford to no longer stay where they are. And we could not get the government to assist. So let's be a little clear on what and who you're talking to out here.
What's your name, sir?
My name is Gary Mahabir, and there's lots of...
Mr. Mahabir, I was very clear, and I think I was very clear when I said that the person who said that they had no interest in Trinidad, I was clear with who I was responding to, and I'm sorry that you misunderstood what I said.
Interpret, because what she's saying is she had nothing to gain.
And by
I have
the way,
nothing to gain,
I
but I do it on behalf of my citizens.
However,
I have nothing to gain. I do it for my citizens, my fellow citizens.
However, I will tell you that I fully support the decision the government took at the time, and it was
Oh,
not a,
really? Anselm, I'm out of this conversation.
and it is no different
Locking
from
you out.
this.
You
It
would
is no
support
different.
sending you homeless in a foreign country?
You're gonna let me finish?
Okay, go
But
ahead.
guys,
no different.
wait, stop. Time, stop a minute. Gary and Diana, stop 1 minute, okay? Stop 1 minute, all right? Guys, we have discussions. And Diana, you see that behavior you have, you sound like if you are Rhoda Barrett now. Okay? Come on, Diana, come on. Right?
Answer,
We normally
answer him. Answer him. Answer him.
Diane,
I
Diane, wait.
understand it's the passion. It's just the passion. No worries.
No, but Diane, wait.
But you
Listen.
can't blame Sheba getting emotional
But
and
no,
because she put out her money there.
Gary, we always keep it respectful. We always keep it respectful no matter who we bring into the village. Okay? Because I was going to say to Darian, in Chumakak Lavantil, they gave out hampers, and I got a call indicating that the hampers had 5 okras in it. And I decided that was unacceptable, and I ordered hampers for all the 52 families in Chumakak Lavantil. I was going to say that.
And Slim, you know what is unfortunate?
Yeah.
I have helped many people, and I've gotten hampers. I've seen hampers given by the NAMDEFCO to members of parliament. So I'm not guessing. Nobody has to tell me how much okras or how much apple tomatoes it have in it. And it was an exceptionally good hamper. Many people could not walk with their hampers because sometimes it was 3 bags, chicken, groceries, and market stuff. They were excellent hampers. And I don't know if people wanted lamb and ham, but in a time of crisis,
that's not the hampers they got up in Chumakak. It's when you came into being, and we made the arrangement. They get hampers like they have never had before.
And Slim, I can tell you this, right, without hesitation, because of what I do in my community. When the members of parliament giving out hampers, they will go through different groups, and we would identify people, and we would have to get those hampers to those people. So I'm not guessing. I'm right here in Trinidad on the ground, distributing some of those hampers, and I see what they are. And if you honestly ask anybody who received those hampers, they will tell you that they were quite good, and they give them out regularly. And through the worst part of the crisis, hampers were being given out very regularly to citizens who needed it and who identified. And I'm almost certain that there are people who fell through the cracks. There's no doubt about that, because for some reason they didn't know or they didn't reach them because it was never enough. But it was quite a few hampers given out regularly, and they were given out to NAMDEFCO, to all 41 members of parliament in the House.
No, these hampers didn't actually come from the member of parliament.
No, they come from the state.
No, these hampers, it didn't come from...
It was twofold. The state provided hampers through the Ministry of Social Development and NAMDEFCO, and you had members of parliament, I'm sure on both sides, who were putting money out of their own pocket and other resources and giving hampers to people in Trinidad and Tobago.
Darian, I hear you, but I don't...
And the government, hold on, the government not only gave to the members of parliament, churches not only got hampers, they got money, a wide cross-section of churches, NGOs got money and hampers to give to citizens in their care or who they knew about and who they could reach. So not only members of parliament gave out hampers, and that could be, you don't have to take my word for it, you can inquire.
No. I inquired about what the people got in Chumakak Lavantil, and that's what they told me. And that is the only reason why I stepped in and did what I had to do. All right.
So let me ask you, if that was the case, why did you only have to give one set? And they were not repeated hampers requirement. Why are we not hearing people in Lavantil? I mean, listen, there are people in Trinidad who are going through a tough time as anywhere else in the world. But what I know about in Trinidad people are not dying of hunger and falling down on the road, dying of hunger and malnutrition in Trinidad and Tobago. It is tough. We are in a tough time. And we are in a tough time because of a global pandemic that has affected every country in the world. Trinidad is no exception. We are the exception because the things that were done via the state and money borrowed to do that was done in Trinidad, and there are many countries in the world that could not afford to do it. So I empathize with people who have been affected and have been affected where, children might have not been sure of a meal where it was coming from. But once you wanted a meal in Trinidad, and this is the great thing about Trinidad, still in Trinidad, in every community, if your neighbor don't have or you don't have a meal, you could go and get a meal by your neighbor still. You could pass and ask the neighbor for a hand of fig, a piece of yam, or something in Trinidad and Tobago.
That's for surety.
And I'll
That's
tell
for
you this.
surety.
And I'll tell you this. There were many citizens, private companies, and individuals and families who were taking money out of their own pocket and providing hampers and taking it to people. I want to take the opportunity to congratulate, because this only just stand out in my mind as we talk. In Chimuk Bakery, every day was giving bread to the people in East Port of Spain and other communities. There were many people. KISS, KFC gave chicken. There were, in Trinidad and Tobago, it was a generous time. And that is the beautiful thing. And out of this adversity, the opportunity to see how charitable we in Trinidad and Tobago are. People were not hungry. When you looked at our vendors around the country selling food and our groceries, we were not short of food, either from the grocery, dry goods, or from what was planted in Trinidad and Tobago and grown by our farmers and people in our community. We were never without food. There was discomfort, certainly, but people didn't go hungry and slim.
What about the mental health of the population? Are you guys looking at that? The people coming out of the lockdown, the children that, all over the world, this is being addressed. The mental health of the population. Is Dr. Rowley and his, cohorts, or y'all looking at that? Y'all just expect them to come back out and act normal as things are normal, right? And because I'm vociferous about the suffering, and I won't get into it with you. I could have a private phone conversation with you and let you know some of the things. Let me give you an example of mental health. A young lady.
Would you like me to answer the question?
Can I finish? I listened to you. Went on. A young lady, on the brink of suicide, once and calling me. And I had to refer her to a therapist in Tobago. Y'all ain't know none of these things. And she's just a minuscule, a microscopic representation of a macroscopic problem in Trinidad and Tobago. And you can't tell me that ain't so. There are people that are stressed out, suffering from trauma.
But Diana, wait a minute. Diana, I'm hearing what you're saying, and we are all in this journey together, Diana. But Diana, there's people here in the United States of America that are suffering, and the government don't know they're suffering. The government in this country don't know everybody that is suffering.
They have somebody they can go to and get help.
But it seemed to me, Diana, that you are saying that the government should know all the people that are suffering. Let's be realistic.
That is not what I'm saying. Let
me answer the question, Anselm. Let me answer the question. And I can start by saying on my program, we've had doctors, psychiatrists, and so on coming on, talking to us about the psychological challenges of COVID, of people being staying at home and not moving out, the issue of domestic violence, the issue of alcoholism and addictions, generally speaking, and the challenges that men are having at home, not being able to go and have a beverage and relax. So that this is a real country, ma'am. This is a real country. And every day, the Minister of Health and a team of doctors talk to the country. Every 2 weeks or so, the Prime Minister talk to the country. But the health professionals in Trinidad and Tobago, all educated and groomed in Trinidad and Tobago, have touched every area of health issues that affect the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. There are hotlines available, not only with state supervised counseling, but there are a number of NGOs and groups who have also set up and have hotlines for people who feel suicidal, people who feel depressed, the issue of addiction and so on. So that, but I would say that people could only know if people take the opportunity to call. And sometimes people don't, anywhere in the world, because of people in the state that they are in, don't always trust the process. And I was happy that that young lady could have called you and you could have directed them to somewhere in Tobago, most probably set up by the government in Tobago through the THA, that she got counseling. And I really hope she took your advice and she got the counseling. But it's, by the way, UNESCO, WHO, and other international agencies have spoken about the rise in suicides and depression globally because of COVID and cabin fever and other stresses. So it has been a stressful time for citizens all around the world. What I can't answer you for specifically to tell you is what was the rate of suicides in Trinidad and Tobago during this period. But we've always had suicides. We've always had problems suffering with different levels of depression. It's a societal issue. And I'm certain that it peaked during this very difficult time that the world has gone through. But I can also say with confidence that the caregivers in Trinidad and Tobago, the medical professionals and the scientists have been giving us this feedback, have been talking to the country, have been offering services. And many of our radio stations have been having guests who are esteemed psychiatrists and counselors and sociologists across the country talking to the people and making services available to them. Even the health professionals who are going through a very challenging time, like other health professionals around the world, all the hospitals are offering their staff the kind of counseling once people make themselves available for it or identify that they have a problem. It is a stressful time for all.
You know, Mr. Marcelle.
Yes, sir.
I had been locked out from Trinidad and Tobago since March 22nd. As a matter of fact, I was scheduled to travel on the 25th, and they locked the borders on the 22nd. I just got back here, and my house is up on Toko side. The roads are the worst I've ever seen it. What say ye about that?
You know, Toko is a place I love very much. And the roads in Toko have continually been bad. And they're not bad because of neglect, sir. They're bad because of the type of soil and the geography and the topography of the space. And the best roads that have been done, you've had a lot of slippage. You've had a lot of slippage over the years. All governments have tried to repair those roads, and they now have to find different engineering solutions because of the quality of the soil and the slippage that has taken place. And it continues to happen. Not only to mention, one of the factors that have been contributing to the damage of the roads is the amount of quarrying, illegal and legal, that is taking place in that part of the country. And a lot of very heavy equipment be using that road on a daily basis. And as a consequence, the Ministry of Transport, through the license office, have now made it law that a lot of trucks on the road must not be overweight in terms of carrying additional load that they've been licensed for. And they do not only they do not only benefit the roads like in Toko from here to Matlot, but other roads in the country, other minor roads and major roads that were not designed for that type of heavy equipment that is being built globally. And thank God, it tells you how prosperous many of our contractors have been, because they're able to buy some of the best equipment in the world to do work in Trinidad and Tobago when given opportunities when they tender. So that is currently being addressed, but many communities are affected by it. Many times we pay roads, and let me tell you, the traffic in Trinidad is bad because Trinidadians and Tobagonians, everybody have cars and trucks, vans.
I hear you, but what I'm talking about is the pothole repair. There are potholes here, there, and everywhere that could be repaired, and that are just being ignored. I mean, something as basic as that. shouldn't be too great a problem to resolve. The slippage and so on, which are major jobs, I fully understand. But like I'm saying, the potholes, they're totally out of
Mr.
control.
Raj, let me tell you, you and I are on the same page with that. And our challenge, and unfortunately, you might have missed the comments of the statements by the Minister of Works and Transport and also by the Minister of Public Utilities. Because in Trinidad and Tobago, we have a perennial problem that I'm not very proud of. As a matter of fact, I'm personally very unhappy with it. Whereas the government, whether through local government or the Ministry of Transport, pave a road, once they get up, they repair a leak. And it has been an ongoing saga that is unacceptable by any level. But finally, Minister of Public Utilities with WASA said that's not good enough. And the WASA is being reorganized and streamlined, and it won't happen overnight, but that will happen. And they spoke about that issue of the potholes and the leaking lines at WASA, not only going to fix leaks, but not repairing the roads as they should. And the Minister of Works has just told the country 2 weeks ago, last week, that people are always blaming the Ministry of Works and Transport. So what they're doing is they're taking the blame and are now taking the work. And they're waiting on releases from this budget to go about, along with the Ministry of Agriculture repairing agriculture roads and local government repairing the local roads. But they're going to go on a major campaign restoring and, well, paving, patching and repairing potholes that sometimes I feel I've been losing when I see them sometimes. But it is a perennial problem, and we spend a whole lot of money on road repaving historically in this country, and we take it for granted because we have a asphalt, we have a lake of asphalt, so it's right there, and we do it. But I hope that based on the statements made by the Ministry of Works and Transport and the Minister of Public Utilities, that will come to an end, and agencies like WASA and others will be held accountable for how they do work, and we will see a better protocol. However, the Minister of Transport told us about the hundreds of kilometers of roads that have been repaired, and there are a number of projects going on in Trinidad and Tobago in terms of development of highways, major roads, flyovers, all sorts of things as outlined by the Minister of Transport. And I'm talking about proposed work, I'm talking about ongoing work as we speak now. So probably you could revisit that statement and get the items as the facts instead of me telling you generally.
Okay. Alrighty.
And you know,
so
I just wanted Ansel, if you don't mind, to make a comment
yeah,
on a matter that is a peeve issue with Mr. Miraj and your other colleagues about citizens being locked out of Trinidad and Tobago during the pandemic. And I want to make the point that is a painful thing for any citizen who wants to come back home and is locked out, and for any family members who are here and their loved ones are locked out. But this was unprecedented circumstances, and it was not unique to Trinidad and Tobago. Many countries in the world closed their borders, still have their borders closed, including New Zealand and other countries. And their nationals are warned, once you leave, you cannot come back when you wish. And I remember very early last year, it was probably around March, after Carnival, the Prime Minister gave an address to the country and told all the citizens in Trinidad and Tobago and others that the country is going to be locked down, close the borders in about a week or two. And therefore, and he gave the conditions under which they were going to be locked down and the guidelines. And there were many people who left the islands to go on cruises, to go for vacation, to do many things. Because, and I believe, quite frankly, none of us knew how this COVID would have impacted all of us. You know, we take things for granted many times, and there are those who say, boy, God is a Trini. But there are many citizens who got caught in it because none of them anticipated that COVID would have been with us up to today and getting worse and escalating and taking thousands of lives around the world, and that the country would have been locked down the way it was. You know, we in Trinidad, you would hear of a storm or hurricane coming to Trinidad, and we are in part of that, and it would divert. And it happens so many times to us, so that we really believe that God is a Trinity, and that none of us anticipated, not the government, not WHO, not America, not nobody knew the effect that this pandemic, this global pandemic would have on all of us. And therefore, many people took it for granted and took decisions that afforded them a very uncomfortable situation.
But
And one
Darian, I don't think I don't think your statement is accurate, and here's why, right? You see, you talk about things on the ground in Trinidad, right? And you have your perspective because you are there on the ground in Trinidad. We here in the United States had a totally different perspective, and we were seeing and hearing a whole different picture. Because I knew many people, right, who came out here and they were here for months. When other countries has already opened up, Trinidad was still closed. And not only that, we were hearing from Trinidad and Tobago that the people who are coming back home was bringing back COVID-19. And there was never, ever any statistics out of Trinidad and Tobago to indicate that any of the exile and stranded citizens that come back home was causing any COVID-19 in Trinidad and Tobago.
Can I give you the facts?
Excuse me?
Can I give you the facts?
No, let me finish.
Sure.
Because I'm talking to you from our perspective of what we were seeing.
Sure.
And you all were not seeing it, right? Because you all were thinking that, listen, we got to keep these people out of Trinidad and Tobago, because if they come back to Trinidad and Tobago, they're going to bring back COVID-19 and they're going to spread it all across the place. And not only that, right? Some of these people who are totally out of money, when they come back to Trinidad, they had to go on quarantine and pay for quarantine that some of them couldn't even pay for. So there was a lot of suffering going on in this country. And that's where we here at WZ 95.9 FM with Gary and Diana took the stand, against what we were seeing. And it seemed to us, right, the government was talking about a science in Trinidad and Tobago and putting fear into the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Because many people were telling us, if we bring you all back in the country, you all will bring back in COVID. But one thing was never been proven, and we haven't seen the statistics that exile and stranded citizens were coming back into Trinidad and bringing back in COVID-19.
Can I respond?
Sure.
Well, I hear from your perspective, and I respect how you saw it. But let's get the facts. Many of the countries who opened up their borders before Trinidad had to close them back and create state of emergencies and curfews, even in the region here, because of the same problem. The Barbados and Grenada, who never closed their borders at the time and had cruise ships coming. Cruise ships people had to be quarantined outside there because it was full of people who got COVID. And eventually Barbados, Grenada, and Jamaica and those countries had to lock down their borders because many of their citizens, there were spikes in their COVID. Trinidad and Tobago, we had a similar experience.
But Darren, it wasn't due to travelers coming into the country, though.
Let me finish. There was significant evidence, and I get these reports, and let me tell you, Dr. Parasham reports to Trinidad and Tobago every day in terms of the numbers. And there were people who came in from cruises, who came in, they tested positive, negative, and then they tested positive. And in this instance, there were 40-something people, and a large 38 of them or so eventually tested positive for COVID. We had citizens returning from Canada and England coming back who eventually tested positive for COVID. So not everybody tested positive for COVID, but many people coming back to Trinidad and Tobago, returning nationals and so on, when the border was open and when people were given, what do you call it? There was a name, a title given to it.
PCR test?
No. Exemption. Came back and they
even
tested
that was a joke.
And they tested positive. But I want to tell you this, Anselm. It must have been a painful thing for citizens stranded to be out there. But I want to tell you that I, Darian Marcelle, was very scared as well. Like I am scared right now with all of our nationals who went to Miami Carnival and so on. And what is going on in Miami. And when I saw the events that they participated in, I am especially with the Delta variant, concerned about when they're coming back and what might be the peaks that we might be seeing in positive COVID tests. And I wanted, and I did not listen for the last couple of days, except yesterday. Dr. Richards told the country that our ICU departments across the country is now full to capacity with COVID patients, and that close to 98% of the citizens, both in Trinidad and Tobago, in the ICUs, are non-vaccinated people. That cannot be a good thing, because I know many people that I know who not only got COVID, some who died.
But Darian, I hear you, but you shift the goalposts a little bit. There has never been any statistics to show that exile and stranded citizens was the major cause of bringing COVID-19 into Trinidad and Tobago.
No. I never said it was major. I never said that. You told me you changed the game because you never said major. You said
no. I said major. I said major.
You said major?
I said major. Yes,
well,
major.
Let me say this. Every day, because there's contact tracing done, when Dr. Parasam reports, he would tell you based on contact tracing how many people would have traveled and how many cases they couldn't pin to people being traveling, especially now when they talk about the Delta variant. And I will go and get the figures for you and I will send it for you. But the Ministry of Health has the statistics to show how many people, returning nationals, came back. I repeat that. I never said major. But guess what, Anselm? When one person comes back to Trinidad, I need to correct two things, and then they interact with their family member, because sometimes they're A positive.
Asymptomatic.
So the PCR test say negative and they go home and they interact with their family members, and then those family members interact with their circle of influence. We have seen the debilitating effect of that. That's how COVID has damaged many people. They would have told us that Delta variant entered Trinidad and Tobago. It couldn't enter Trinidad and Tobago from somebody who didn't travel. It had to be from somebody who traveled.
What about somebody from Venezuela? What about somebody from Venezuela?
That is also possible, but what I can tell you, and I will get the facts to you, when the report is given, by the way, when the report is given, we know if it's a Venezuelan citizen who would have come in and spread it. And at one time, I think it would have been either earlier this year, I remember a member of the Chamber of Commerce in Central Trinidad spoke about the Venezuelans coming in and so on, and that there was a spike in some of those areas as well. So that was identified and that was dealt with, to the best of my knowledge. And we don't have that kind of scenario. So that
Darian, also lately there's been 9 Delta variant cases in Trinidad, and none of those cases are identified from any returning foreigner into Trinidad and Tobago. And we have never ever gotten a number from anybody in Trinidad and Tobago with what was the number that returning citizens caused regarding COVID-19 in Trinidad and Tobago. We have never received a number. We always used to hear that.
But you'll agree, because people are asymptomatic. You never traveled, but I don't know if the contact tracing is going far enough to determine where they would have gotten it from.
But sir,
Delta variant didn't grow up in Trinidad. Neither did.
But that's up to you guys. We can't do that. That's up to you guys, because what it is that
I didn't say that it is your responsibility. I said I'll get the facts. But I'm saying to you, for COVID in the first place to come to Trinidad, how did it come?
Well,
it could have come through the borders in Venezuela.
This is what we saw.
To the borders of China. How did it come to the US? Did it fly from US? It come to the borders from China? From what? How did it get to anywhere else in the world?
Hold on a second. The US left their borders wide open. Secondly, all right, what we saw in Trinidad.
You didn't answer my question, though.
Hold on, well, sir, wait a minute. What I'm saying, the point I'm making here is the government put full military and police force to monitor citizens coming by aircraft through exemption procedure. But in the meantime, our borders, our fence line was wide open. Up to this day, we've seen a track in Maruga where people, the national security went there. They had a meeting about it, discussed it, and nothing done about it. And the track is wide open for Venezuelans to come in as they well pleased. We also saw videos of Venezuelans coming in Chagaramas to shop, and the information we got is that they can walk in and out of the country while our citizens were under lockdown, and they can go and come as they well please, and no restriction, no checkpoints, nothing for COVID testing or anything like that. And so explain that to me, why that was taking place and our citizens were under so much restriction.
And I have a question for Mr. Marcelle. If it is raining outside and your children are outside the house, you're going to lock your door and leave your children out and let it rain and the hail and everything hit them, right? Or are you going to open your door, at least your garage door, your kitchen door, and say, y'all come in here, rinse off, dry off, get some heat, and then come inside? But no, Dr. Rowley locked the borders, lock out citizens, and I could have been one of them. You're locked. That is you know why I lost a gasket with you earlier? You're locked out citizens. Born citizens who live there. They don't live here. And he tried to sell the narrative that there are people like myself and Anselm and Gary who are wanting to rush and come home. Why am I going to come to Trinidad and Tobago during a pandemic? Your healthcare system cannot take care of me. You locked out people who genuinely went on a vacation or for medical treatment or some other short trip, and they got stuck in that limbo, and there were no bodies, no government bodies to speak to handle these people. Hungry, homeless citizens sleeping on pavement in Bahamas, all over the place, and you agree with the policy that locked out your fellow citizens. That is why I blew a gasket with you.
Well, I will repeat to you that I agree, and I'll agree for this reason. Mr. Mirage, you will help me in terms of...
Mahabir, not Mirage.
Mahabir. Sorry, you sound familiar. My apologies. I still the question you asked. But to address this issue, unlike the United States, or even like a place like Miami or Minnesota or New York and so on. In fact, I wouldn't want to use New York as an example because of what we saw happen in New York with bodies all over the place. The government took a decision because we are an island with limited resources, limited hospital beds, and as the doctor says to us every day, a hospital bed is not a physical bed alone. It requires staffing and medicine to take care of a sick person with COVID. We don't have the space like the larger countries. So it was important that we were able to manage our healthcare system. And by the way, that also we boast of having a parallel system. So it means that other citizens who don't have COVID but have other health issues could be attended to simultaneously. And in order to successfully accomplish that, it had to be managed and managed rigidly in Trinidad and Tobago. And I am, as a citizen living here, who was living here, it pained me when I realized there were citizens who wanted to come back, who ran out of money, who didn't plan to stay, who missed their family. But I understood the consequences to those of us here, living here at the time, of if the healthcare system failed because it was overburdened, the damage that it would have been done. And any reasonable government, understanding their limitations, it was painful to see what happened in New York and Brazil and so on.
But Mr. Marcelle, how come Barbados was taking in Trinbagonian citizens and quarantining them and all that? Barbados' numbers are not as high as Trinidad and Tobago. What are you telling me? What are you really telling me?
You know you're right.
What are you really telling me?
But you know you're right. Up to the time, Barbados kept their borders open. And they did not have the challenge. And we are so grateful to our CARICOM nation for taking in our nationals. But think about what is happening to Barbados today. and Grenada who did not close their borders.
Well, let me
But
tell
they're
you
not as
something.
bad as Trinidad and
Okay.
Tobago.
But you're right.
You
You're
have
right.
children, sir? You
You're
have
right.
children?
You are
You have
very
children?
right. Trinidad and Tobago was hit hard for
They
many
have
reasons.
no right
And
locking out
therefore,
citizens.
we had to manage. It is unfortunate, but we couldn't manage our system.
Unfortunate.
See,
The
you see,
constitutional right.
You see, you're comparing. But, ma'am, I want to tell you,
That is the
global, ma'am, in a global pandemic like this was, it's about protecting the lives of those who you could protect first.
What do you mean who you could protect? Your citizens that went on a short trip are not were lives. You're leaving them out there in the storm instead of bringing them away from the storm. What are you telling me, Mr. Marcel? Really? Let me drop bait on you. What is you really telling me, man? What are you telling me at all?
I'm telling you what I think, ma'am. You asked my opinion, and I stand by my opinion.
Lock out the people, can't come home and bury their loved ones. You stand by your opinion, and that is why Trinidad and Tobago is the way they are today. And I'm telling you, anybody listening to me, you all listen to me here, do not put your finger in the ink for the red. Put it in another color ink. You hear what he's saying? He's standing by his policies. All you vote for something that will bring all you out of this quagmire that you're in. Do not go back down that red road. That's what I got to say.
I'm happy to say that the country is opening back. Businesses is opening back. Our numbers are not where we'd like them to be, but we are opening back, and we didn't lose as many people. We've lost too many people's lives to COVID. And by the way, the damage that COVID is doing is not limited to the deaths, but there are many people who have all sorts of ailments coming out of the fact that they were diagnosed with COVID, and they're still recovering from those things. So that it is a very painful thing to see. It is always unfortunate that they have to make tough decisions to save lives. Very tough. Of course, you're entitled to your view, but as a citizen living here.
What do you mean entitled to your view?
But hold on a second, Diana. So,
go ahead, Gary.
You have children? So you have children?
Of course I have children.
Would you leave some of your children outside in danger?
If I would, I don't know what you mean.
Okay,
if
there
was
some emergency taking place, would you leave your children outside?
You see,
who inside, who outside, stay outside?
You see, there was an example of rain falling and snow. Unfortunately, in this case, we're talking about a global pandemic where people were losing their lives around the world.
Okay, and would you leave your children outside, or would you rush to rescue them?
What do you mean? Under what circumstances?
In an
emergency situation, in a disaster situation, would you leave your children outside?
Venezuela sent a ferry. Venezuela sent a ferry to carry back their people that were running to Trinidad. Huh? How come Trinidad and Tobago couldn't arrange for something, a plane from Barbados to bring their people after the quarantine, bring them back home? But Venezuela got a ferry there to carry their people home, though.
Do you want to answer me, ma'am? How did the people from Barbados come back home? How did the many people who were given extensions? Hold on, I'm asking. Well, it was at the time when the government thought it was appropriate
to get an exemption to come where I'm born. Huh?
Because we have a global pandemic.
Why do I need an exemption to come where I'm born and where I live? That is
because there's a global pandemic, ma'am.
I don't care about the pandemic. That is a foolish
that's not an ordinary situation.
No. Yeah, but hold on a second, Diana.
When you're like. But this is a global pandemic. This was a major.
But the government's supposed to live up to its responsibility.
I want to tell both of you, as pained as you are by the decision, and I understand, and even my good friend Anselm LeBourne, I respect and I understand your pain. But from where I'm at, as pained as I was, because I had friends who got locked out, there were people calling me who got locked out.
And what you do for them? What you do to get them home?
It was not my remit. I couldn't get them.
It was not your remit, you see?
But I want to tell you, that I support and I do still support the decision made by the government at the time.
But you
I
have to support
it,
him because you
and I
work for Dr.
endorse it
Rowley.
on just
I don't work for Dr. Rowley or nobody, and I don't agree with a whole lot of policies that are going. You have the people on the breadline. What do you mean talking about hamper? You want them to become a hamper society? They want to go back to their work. They want to be a gainful, productive society.
You know what is unfortunate?
They want to be
stand down
a
here
gainful, productive
and I
society.
watched CNN and Fox and ABC and MSNBC, and I saw how many hampers would get people in lines that didn't stop.
But we went back to
around. Is that a hamper society, man? Is that society? Is America a hamper society? Is England a hamper society?
They went back to a gainful, productive society.
And what is happening with us? What is happening with us? You see,
2 years, and you
what I
ain't
want
gone
to tell
back
you,
there yet?
you know what is unfortunate? And I don't mean to disrespect you in any way.
Come on.
But the hypocrisy
I'm not disrespecting you. I'm just being argumentative.
I don't want to disrespect you. But I'm telling you, you're sitting in a place. You're sitting in a place. You're sitting in a place that gave out millions of hampers to all kind of people for an extended period of time. Nothing different from what we did in Trinidad and Tobago. So what is your concern?
When did Trinidad
Do you want to leave America because it's a hamper society?
What is the purpose of the SOE? What is the SOE doing for the people of Trinidad and Tobago? Talk to me.
You don't understand that?
What is
you
the
don't understand?
SOE doing?
You don't understand? Let me tell you.
Suppression of expression.
Let me
Suppression of expression. Yes, that's what SOE stands for.
Really?
What is it doing?
Let's get it
the
back.
SOE doing?
You want me to answer you? You repeat
Go ahead.
You want me to answer you? You want me to answer you? Unlike other countries in the world that have states of emergency and curfews, ours is established because our citizens, during given instructions to stay at home, were going in bars and creating parties and liming and contracting COVID and were losing their lives and were getting sick. So it was a measure designed to keep citizens safe and protect them from themselves. That is what it was designed to do. And it has worked quite well because our situation is bad.
Oh, it has worked quite well. So why the place ain't open back? Why ain't it open back yet? So why is he extending it? Why has he extended it? If it worked quite well, I'm repeating what you said.
But you're not listening, you know. Unfortunately, you're not paying attention to the fact that the government is opening back the economy bit by bit. And you're not listening because
gambling houses.
Do you know on an average every day, it's close to 250 people being diagnosed with COVID?
Gambling houses.
We have an average of about 7 people dying per day from COVID.
Gambling houses opening back. Mm-hmm. That's a lovely business.
But you're not recognizing that. But you're not. But so why you're not recognizing that schools have opened back, that the public service is opening back,
and you are causing apartheid between the unvaccinated and vaccinated children. I understand that one is bullying the other bunch.
Let me ask you now: in the United States, is it any different?
Nobody don't bully me because
when I wasn't vaccinated. Are schools open?
There are people who are unvaccinated and I speak to them. I don't bully anybody or discriminate.
So then what is different in Trinidad and Tobago?
Because of what the stance that he's taking on safe zone and unvaccinated zone. And what kind of apartheid measure is that? Top of the hour.
Well, I want to tell you there are measures that I fully support to protect citizens.
You are listening.
Because lives are being lost.
95.9.
Darian, stick and say we're going to go for a short station identification. It's in the village with the dark triplets and WZY 95.9 FM. We have with us radio host Darian Marcelle. We're going to go for a quick station identification and we'll be right back after this short message. Stick and stay, don't go nowhere. It's in the village with the dark triplets and WZY 95.9 FM.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio. WZYE 95.9 FM.
We are back with you. It's in the village with the dark triplets on WZY 95.9 FM. We came to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. So, Darian.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. One other thing I want to say, right? Diana, you got anything?
I want to.
for me,
I want to know. Yeah, I want to ask him a question. I'm asking my question, and I'm gonna take my tone down. That's just how I get the storm. That's just my personality.
Don't worry yourself,
Um,
darling. Don't worry yourself.
what? Why is it the opposition, the pertinent individual, keep asking for the data, whatever data it is, and the PNM cannot produce the data, according to Miss Lorraine Walker. I think I'm getting Marsha Walker. Am I getting her right? I'm Gary, getting her name right? She's asking
Marsha
for the
Walker.
data. Right. And PNM can't find the data to pass off to them as to what
You want to tell me
information is so
specifically
required.
what you're talking about? What data? What you're talking about?
I'm just saying, well, Ms. Walker say the Prime Minister would know what data they asked for, not me. Just
Well,
use
I want
just
to tell you
phrase the question.
Okay, what
I
we're
want to
seeing
tell you
is
that I can't answer you because I don't know what you're speaking about. What data?
okay. What we're seeing is whether it's the budget or whether it's information on the people being vaccinated and any kind of a follow up. There is a lack of
Transparency.
on accountability with spending. With every question that's asked, it seems that the government trying to muzzle anybody who asks.
Secret procurements and all that alleged, let me call it, I want to protect Anselm.
Yeah, but this
Alleged
is
secret procurements that, the opposition had, nobody knows what they're doing behind closed door. Are you satisfied with the way the country is being run today? Are you satisfied with all these people that are on the breadline? Are you satisfied with people that have mental health problems? Are you satisfied, sir, with the way Trinidad and Tobago is today? Are you satisfied?
But I don't understand your question about all these people who are on the breadline or mental issues with how things are being run. I would have preferred you to be a little more specific so that I could answer you properly and accurately. But I would just tell you that when a budget is passed, all members of parliament get a document. And when the budget is passed, there's a yellow book where all members of parliament and any citizen could look at line items and spending. And before the budget is passed, there's a Finance Accounts Committee made up of independent senators, opposition senators, who scrutinize every ministry's allocation, all ministries' allocation, and free to ask any question and every question.
And why is
we
why
didn't
is
see
the
that
Speaker
in
of
the
the House
Parliament,
always
though,
shutting
so
them
when
down?
You see,
Why
that's
is
the
the
problem.
Speaker of the
You need
House
to
always shutting them down?
No, you hold on. You're moving from one thing to the next. The Speaker don't preside over that committee. That is a committee of the Parliament. And by the way, let me go back as you just outlined as regards that question. Something that Mr. Rodney Charles said. Mr. Rodney Charles spoke about committees of the House of Parliament that would normally have independent senators, but they have government senators. I want Mr. Charles to be a little more specific because there are guidelines of standing orders in the House that says specifically how a committee is to be composed, put together, who comprise that committee, who will chair the committee. So I don't, and nobody fact checked him, but there's a standing committee of Parliament that goes through every ministry and its allocation and its spend. And by the way, there is a media review of every budget where they come to the Parliament and explain the expenditure. And if there's a need, and there has been, not for the first time, an amendment to the budget where additional monies may be required for one thing or the other, and in particular the last 2 years because of the spend on COVID for medical expenses and so on. So there are those things that are there, and if anybody who wants the information, free to go and collect it from Hansard. Of course, they can do that. And if you're having a difficulty getting any information from a line ministry or government minister, as a citizen, you have the Freedom of Information Act in a very democratic society that is ours, that any citizen is free to go through that. And that agency functions, and many citizens have gotten information that they found difficult to get from any government. So any information that is required can be sourced. And not only from a member of parliament or government minister, but from agencies, state agencies that may be taking long or maybe for some reason not doing what they're paid to do to give you information. And if statistics are being asked for, many times those statistics have to come from a state agency and you can go directly and get it. Or if you ask for it through a line minister, the line minister has to make the request from that agency. And I want to tell you, sometimes I think it takes an inordinate length of time from those agencies sometimes to get information. But you know what was critical, and I must remind you of this if you didn't know. The government is now streamlining, I can't remember the name of the agency that is now being created, because many times a lot of government decisions are made without statistics and a lot of information that is required. So they're now putting in place that agency through the Ministry of Planning and Development, so that now not only government business and decisions will be informed by statistics, but so too businesses throughout Trinidad and Tobago, and also foreign companies for foreign investment into Trinidad and Tobago. If you want to pull information, you now have access to that in digitized and almost, well, what is called real time. So that is being done as we speak. So we are now traversing from the Central Statistical Office that we had, which would pull information over time, to this agency that it will now be digitized. And there was something as well, if you forgive me, answer, if you facilitate me. Mr. Rodney Charles made a very unfortunate comment about the EBC, and a family member and and your colleague there made the point that how it go look if you're on the EBC and he's a family member to somebody in government and who say he ain't go help. Well, one of the things that I feel very proud of as a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago is that at no point in time has our elections and boundaries and the election process in Trinidad and Tobago has been found wanting. The Elections and Boundaries Commission has stood the test of time in Trinidad and Tobago, and the good news is every 5 years we have a general election, and every 3 years we have a local election. And the Elections and Boundaries Commission has stood the test of time. And we also many times have what you call CARICOM observers, and if the time is permitted, if a request is made in a timely manner, you have international observers. So that our Election and Boundaries Commission and our election process has stood scrutiny. Now, let me just say this. If we go back to Tobago, the THA elections in Tobago, the PDP moved from 2 seats to 6 seats. When Tobago, the PNM had 12 seats and then 10 seats. And the opposition won 6 seats. In Trinidad and Tobago, in the elections in 2020, the UNC gained an additional seat and the PNM lost a seat. So there is no history or incident or situation where the election outcome in Trinidad and Tobago has been brought into disrepute. However, when the UNC on the last 2 elections questioned the outcome of the elections and asked for recounts, they were done. And when they weren't satisfied with the recounts, they went to court in Trinidad and Tobago, and the court ruled that the results were accurate and proper, and they lost the matter in the court. But the good news is not that they challenge, the good news is that the courts of Trinidad and Tobago allowed citizens to challenge the results of an election and got a ruling. So the democracy is alive and well in Trinidad and Tobago. And our election process over the years has never come in dispute. And the officials of the Elections and Boundaries Commission over the years has stood the test of time, and their reputation is intact. I thought I wanted to address that.
That didn't say that it can't. That didn't say that it can't at this critical time, the 6-6 in Tobago, and the drawing of these new seats. I hear you. It has not been in. I'm not finished.
What I will tell you.
It has not been in dispute.
What I will tell you.
But that didn't say that it can't.
What I will tell you, we can only go on our track record, our historical reference,
and that didn't say that it can't. But all we're going on,
what I will tell you is that if there's an outcome in the elections in Trinidad and Tobago that anybody wants to question, they could go to court. And if our appeal court, if our high court does not rule in their favor, and the appeal court does not rule in their favor, Mr. Charles told us that the Privy Council is there as a recourse to all citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And just to remind you, on the occasions that there were questions about the elections in Trinidad and Tobago, in terms of voter padding and other things, it was not the PNM who was accused of those misdemeanors. I just thought I'd put that in for the record.
And you've solidified my point and showing that didn't say that irregularities can't go on. That is what exactly what I'm saying.
That happened, the irregularities that they were accused
I ain't say by
of. It's
who.
not the elections
I
and
ain't
Boundaries
say by
Commission,
who,
but it
but I'm
was
saying it
alleged
can happen.
voter padding. It was alleged voter padding. And guess what?
Right. You proved my point. It can happen.
They were investigated. And it matters were resolved. That's one. And two, it wasn't voter pattern the last time, but it was other misgivings where there was an attempt to use information from the state to go after voters illegally by political parties, not in terms of the outcome of the elections and the Election and Boundaries Commission. I just thought I'd clear that up for you. So it's not what you were alerting to.
Whoever, EBC, whoever, whatever,
don't trivialize it like that. Don't trivialize it like that. The EBC is the Elections and Boundaries Commission of Trinidad and Tobago, and they have stood the test of scrutiny and time. Don't minimize them.
So, all right, so hip hip hooray.
Don't do that.
But I am saying
I'm very proud of that as a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago.
But you know what? You drifted from some of the points and stuff. But I leave you.
I thought I answered your question.
I leave you there.
I thought I answered your question.
I leave you there because you belong to the cult. And the Michael.
Hold on. I want to address that. And Slim, I want to address that. Let's talk about who is the cult. Let the evidence stand scrutiny. The cult. In 1986. The PNM, this great party that ruled and was founded by Eric Williams, that governed the country for 30 years, lost 33. In 1995, under Patrick Manning, they lost again. In 2010, the PNM again lost again. What has been consistent is that PNM supporters, members, and voters either don't vote or migrate to the other political parties. But there's one consistency, and that is the UNC, whether the ULF or UNC, always hold their base. Their voters don't ever switch. They don't lose their seats. They've always held their base. So if we were to deal with the empirical evidence, I want to ask you, where is the cult? Who is the cult? And he said that Robert Hunt was fired. Robert LaHunt resigned his position as senator and as Minister of Public Utilities. He resigned. He was never fired. Those are the facts. So if we were to go with the empirical evidence, where's the cult? Who are the cults? PNM members and supporters, including myself, will criticize their prime minister, will criticize their ministers, will criticize their party, as I do on a regular basis. And many of my colleagues do. Many of them.
You know why I use the word cult?
Right now, I know Mr. Charles didn't tell you, and none of you doing your homework. The UNC is terribly fractured because of the dissatisfaction of Ms. Kamala Persad by them. Terribly fractured. And Mr. Rodney Charles would make us believe that all is well and UNC members. But they're not coming in the public domain and criticizing the UNC. It does not happen. Ramona Randial is one person, Vassen Barrett and so on, one or two. But generally speaking, their membership, you go on Facebook, they don't criticize. The PNM, however, is accustomed to that. I could stand up in a general council. The UNC don't have a general council. I could stand up in a legislative group as I was a member and criticize and challenge the leader, challenge members of the party and so on. I can do that. And I can do that without fear or favor. I don't know that that happened generally anywhere else. But you must have a party structure that is free and fair and open to scrutiny. If you tell me the UNC have that, I will ask you where it is. There is no leadership team, no elections, proper elections. Many people, the UNC has been plagued with questions about the election process. There's no general council that meets once a month. There's no legislative group that meets once a month. There's no executive council that meets once a month and report back. There's no party group system. There's no constituency system. There's a screening process in the PNM that is transparent. The media is invited to the screening process at local election, general election. Tell me where you can find that other places that is up for scrutiny, that have a history of doing it, and then we will talk about cult.
Well, I support no political party in Trinidad and Tobago because I don't like what I hear going on now, and I don't like what I heard of the others. I support none of y'all. None. N-O-N-E.
Anyway, guys, I'll say good night. I think we have run it quite a.
So let me say this, Gary, just before you go, any closing words before you go, Gary?
Yes, I'd like to say that it was an interesting night of conversation. I thank the gentleman here, Mr. Marcelle, for joining us, Mr. Rodney Charles also, and thank our listeners. And I think this is a conversation we need to continue at another time. You know, we can continue the dialogue and flush the issues out. So with that, I will say good night. It was interested in conversating with you, sir. This is Gary Mahabir. I will say good night.
I'm so disappointed, Mr. Mahabir, that I wasn't invited back to the level of enthusiasm you invited Mr. Rodney.
Mr. Marcelle,
no, I just said we want to continue this and extend. I didn't say
but I said with the level of enthusiasm.
Hello, good evening.
Hello, caller. You on WZY 95.9 FM.
And the panel there. I wanted to just endorse and congratulate Mr. Marcelle on a brilliant conversation that he would have had this evening. And, you know, Mr. Marcelle would have put the icing on the cake because the last time I listened to this program, you all would have had Mr. Maraj. What's his name again?
Devant Maraj. Devant
Maraj. And what Devant Maraj would have said clearly would have made the point that Darian made of a cult, because they when Devon tell you about the what was happening in the party, the UNC concerning the voting and the putting of a leader and all these things, Devon Maraj would have clearly stated that that is what you call a cult. Because they don't have the transparency and the voters list he talk about everything, and he is a member of the UNC. And Mr. Marcelle would have put it across very clearly and transparent how the PNM operates. So when people label people a certain name without finding the full facts or scrutiny of a certain group, and then you label them, then you know at the end of the day you're playing semantics. And again, when you listen clearly to what's happening in Trinidad and Tobago right now, especially within the parliament, you have a political leader there who is using words like Rawan to identify a leader and identify a people. And if you are not aware of what Rawan means and you don't do your research on it, then only how you can want to label people. You can't. We are at a crucial state in our country right now. And I believe with all my heart that if we're going to get through this, and we need to change the opposition in this country. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so very kindly, caller. Thank you so much. So, Mr. Marcelle, let me say...
everybody calling everybody name.
I was saying this.
Everybody calling everybody name. No, they're not conducting. This is me, an outsider looking in. Not in politics. You're not conducting the business of getting the country away from where they are on the brink and taking them for who is a imp, who's a chimp, who's a pimp, who's a rawan, all that. That is what I'm hearing. I am not hearing government business and dialogue between opposition and incumbent. You know, an opposition is there, they have a job. We're not hearing that spirited, debate that is necessary to govern a country. Instead, you're hearing, you're out of order, you're out of order, you're out of order. Every question that is raised, right? And that is what I'm talking about. How a lot of Trimbigonians are dissatisfied with the PNM government right now. Dissatisfied. But they are afraid to talk out because that is where their bread and butter come from. They're dissatisfied. I'm going to let you know that. They're very disenchanted with the current establishment.
Well, I hear I hear what you say, and I'm sure that there will always be people dissatisfied with the government, not always happy about decisions the government make. And that is not unique to Trinidad today or any time in the past or any time in the future. But I live here. I live here every day. And some will tell you I operate on the ground. And it is a difficult time for citizens in this country, and they can't be happy if you're out of a job because of COVID and the business that you worked in is closed or had to send you home because they can't transact business as normal. Who would be happy?
I don't think it happens, sir. This is where we disagree, and that's why I said we need to get together again. That's why I kind of try to make, because I know we were running late on the program.
Yeah. Let me say this. Darian Marcelle, you have broke a record here in the village with the dark triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM. This program has never gone this long.
So what I'm saying is,
go ahead, Gary.
What I was saying, I was trying to wrap it up quick because I know we kind of stretched it. But I was trying to cut him off or anything like that. Is the fact that the conversation needs to continue another time, and so we can flush out issues. I disagree with the government management of the COVID situation because a lot of unnecessary decision was taken place, and I think we could have managed it better and without crippling some people's business. I understand there was certain restriction had to take place, but yet I strongly believe that certain decision didn't have to be made, and I think the government went wrong in certain places. But
and Gary, I wanna echo some of your sentiments because and we're not gonna go any longer because this has been a long one, right? I want to echo some of your sentiments because I believe that in this country here, with us in the diaspora here, the government should have done a much better job in reaching out with us in order for us to partake in the process here in the diaspora. And they totally didn't do that. We couldn't get in contact with the consulate. We couldn't get in contact with the consulate in Miami. I don't even know if we have a UN ambassador. The government could have done a much, much, much better job with us here in the diaspora. And they dropped that ball. It was drastically a dropping of that ball, and we could have been a main assistance to the government.
Trying to drive a wedge between
these
us.
people here in the diaspora who was facing difficulties. So, Mr. Marcelle, I'm going to leave it on that note because I'm not going to hold you any longer. And I want to say to you, Mr. Marcelle, I really appreciate that you took the time and you come in here and you face the tough questions, and that's what happens when we come into the village, right? When you come into the village, we want to flush stuff out, right? We want to flush stuff out, and I leave my co-host because you know what they will say? They will say, and somebody gave him softball because and some is a PNM and some is a PNM. You know what I mean? So I leave my co-host and them to deal with you, right? Because I just wanted to sit back and relax and listen to you because I know you could handle your own stories.
And I totally enjoyed the time I spent with you. I want to tell you and your host, thank you for having me. It was indeed a pleasure. And I enjoyed it. And I will certainly make myself available anytime I'm asked or invited again. Although I thought that I didn't get a level of enthusiasm in terms of my request to come back as Mr. Rodney Charles did, but that is all right.
No. That's what
I want you to come back. I want you to come back.
Don't worry. You'll come back, man, because when you come in the village, boy, Darian, you kept people here till 11:25 at night.
Yeah, I
tired. I would also like you to take a message up to your people because you have a radio program in there. So I would like you to take a message to in your program that letting the people of Trinidad and Tobago know what we discussed here today, where we felt about things, and Ansem said the government didn't reach out to us, but we reach.
But let me answer you this way. My program is the #1 afternoon drive, not only in Trinidad and Tobago but globally. I have listeners from around the world, and I want to invite you to join the program.
I will be calling.
Monday to Thursday.
Let me know when.
I could be calling. Don't worry.
From 3 to 6, and you're free to call or message us, and we'll be happy to have you.
The storm
we have
will
people
be
from
blowing
India,
through.
Australia, South Africa, China, you name it, all across America. You're welcome.
Right. So just before you go, Ellis Island.
995, did I tell you? The most influential name in radio.
Ellis Island. Okay. Ellis Island say, I get somebody to call you. I don't know who I get to call you, but Ellis call you now. You could take the last call from me before Darian Marcelle go. 973-868-1444. Darian, we not like all you know. We just really take phone calls and things. We are different type of program. So Ellis Island, call him. Darian Marcelle will take your question before you go. 973-868-1444. Let me see what you will do. Going once, going twice. All right, Ellis Island and call it. Mr. Marcelle, any closing words before you go?
Mr. LeBron, your colleagues and listeners don't know, but we are friends. We've been friends for a long time. And you continue to be a valuable friend. And therefore, if you call me, I would respond, as I try my best to respond all the time. I think you have an excellent program. And I'll be always happy to join, or even get anybody who you feel could be of value in terms of information to speak with you.
We want Dr. Rowley.
Because I know Anselm is better positioned to do that than I am. But I would just say that, on my program, I like to deal with facts and figures and so on. It's difficult to speculate and answer questions based on speculation.
We want Ethelbert Hines.
All right, but listen, I'm open to discussing anything on your program also, and to expand the conversation. So either way, either you here or on your show. I'm open to that. So with that, I will say good night.
Yeah. So Mr. Marcelle, thank you so very
kindly. Pleasant night to all of you.
All
good night. You have the name of my favorite uncle, so a pleasant good night, and it's been nice speaking to you. And he raised me to be polite. Marcel Benskin.
Mr. Benskin is from. I know Mr. Benskin from Long Circular.
Yeah, those are my. He was the head of the prisons. Related to yes, that's my family.
So Mr. Benskin was a very personal friend of my father.
Yeah,
and he lives my cousin. Where we lived at the corner of Abu Circular and Donald Hill.
And yes, that's my family.
He's a lovely gentleman.
Just like his cousin here.
Who I came to know and respect. It was a pleasure chatting with all of you.
Likewise.
Take care.
Good night.
All right, so good night. Good night.
All right, take care. All right, bye-bye. All right, folks.
My phone, the battery went low, boy. I had to go charge.
This was, I think.
A marathon?
This was a marathon, boy. Yeah, Ellis said Wall Street isn't worth much in the eyes of the PNM.
Oh, Lord. They're ready for you now.
But but Guyana and Tommy and Gary, right? Now, if I had jumped in and asked all the questions, you know what did I say? Look, answer money asking them easy questions, right? So what I did, I allowed you and Diana, Gary, and Tommy to ask the questions. I asked very few questions. Because I already know the people that say are biased. Right? So I want you guys, and listen, the conversation was spirited, right? It was spirited. Respectful. We get emotional. Yeah. But we keep it real in the village. We keep it real in the village.
But the thing about the Anselm is that they seem to be contented with the fact that the government locked our people outside to protect them. But
that's a general feeling in the country.
Yeah, but the thing about it is
exactly, Tommy, exactly.
So that's why
go ahead, Tommy.
I bumped my head many times trying to discuss it with people, and when they started to come off on me, I say, you know what, I'm gonna back up, because they, as far as I'm concerned, they were kept safe, and the directorate did a nice job, and so on and so forth.
So who inside and who outside? That's where you do it, Sharon.
That's the attitude. That's the attitude. Because you realize that people are programmed to believe. I must say, when I'm in my closing words, you'll see what I'm gonna say. It's a belief system. It's a belief system that's.
But Tommy, and some of these same people who are in chat here would have had the same thing that Darian Marcelle said, that the people in Trinidad, the government was protecting the people in Trinidad and Tobago. Some of these same people here. You understand? And Tommy, know that you in Trinidad, you are hearing it for yourself.
That's why I'm telling you, I'm hearing it straight up.
So it was a philosophy of fear that was put into people about these people coming back from foreign to bring back COVID-19 into the country.
Listen to me. I messaged the Prime Minister on WhatsApp, and I communicated with the Minister of Communication, who was Donna Cox at the time, and I shared my views and everything with Faris and everybody in the Prime Minister's office, based on the decision they were making and what I thought we should do. And I recommended that we extract our people as quickly from where they are, because the longer we wait, the more chance of importing infection. I suggested that we put our resources in place and set up quarantine to extract our people. I didn't say bring the people and cut them loose in the country. I said we needed to put a sufficient amount of quarantine so we could move our people quickly out. When I realized the situation, that people were out here on short trips. Because when I first started looking at the press conference, I said, well, these guys have things going. They had the act together, and they do what they're doing. They're doing, they're taking the necessary steps. But the steps that they put in place was limited to what was necessary to be done. And the thing about it is, I was reaching out to the government, because in a disaster situation, you have to kind of jump in. Something happening, like in Trinidad, something happening, you jump in and support. You know what I mean? So I didn't wait for them to reach out to me. I reached out to them, letting them know what's happening on this side.
Gary, based on our experience, we know that they mismanaged the entire affair.
They mismanaged, but not only that, we wanted the government to succeed. We didn't want the government to fail. In the fact that we wasn't playing politics at that time. It was an emergency situation. All of us rushed in to kind of assist and make the thing work good, but they refused to communicate, and they puff up the chest.
And they couldn't even comprehend or fathom what was going on the outside.
So it wasn't initially a fight between me and the government. It was initially trying to team up with the government. And when the government refused and tried to play down me and tried to disrespect me, I had to and don't show no and be arrogant. I had to put up a fight with the government. And what this Mr. Marcelle don't know is that a lot of the things that the decision the government made is because I had to force their hand. They come out, they can't act like it's their idea, but they was forced into that situation.
Gary, Carrot Cakes, I was talking down to you guys.
Yeah. Listen up. What I'm saying is,
no, you didn't talk down to me.
Right, and Ellis Islands are wicked.
Yeah, for supporting the PNM, yeah. Little Ronnie, why nobody calling your name? What happened, Little Ronnie? I calling your name.
Anyway, yeah. So, Tommy, be safe, brother. We'll keep in touch.
Let's wrap it up.
Yeah. Ellis Islands are at PM going to bed.
Let's wrap it up. Let's PM go to our bed. All of us.
Ellis. I'm going on pee and going to bed, buddy.
You call it
Ellis Island has to do the same thing. We all have to do it.
No cousin coming tonight. We are a marathon tonight. Ellis,
good night, guys. You'll catch up.
Yeah, all right, Gary. Let me go and pee and go to bed.
I'm tired too. Got a long night. I had a storm worked up.
Yeah.
Diana.
Yes.
I'm looking at a book called The Four Agreements. It's by Don Miguel Ruiz. And check this out. He said, Don Miguel Ruiz. He says, the belief system is like a book of law that rules our mind. Without question, whatever is in the book of law is our truth. We base all of our judgments according to the book of law, even if the judgments go against our own inner nature. Even moral laws, like the 10 Commandments, are programmed into our mind in the process of domestication. One by one, all these agreements go into the book of law, and these agreements rule our dream. I'm saying that the belief system that any and everything the leader does is right also could be like the book of law. Anyways. Anyways.
All right, guys. Good night. Good night.
Yeah, pleasant night to each and every one. But we had to realize what we're working with.
So, folks, in the words of Eleanor Roosevelt, no one can make you feel inferior without your consent. And another one is your circumstances may determine who you are, but you are responsible for who you become. Okay, hold on.
I'm gonna be through. Nothing long for me tonight.
Yeah, go ahead, Diana. Hold on, 1 minute. Let me do something.
Nothing long.
All right, go ahead. Hold on. 1 minute. Just give me 1 minute here. Something here happening. Hold on, let me just remove this. Go ahead, Diana.
No, I'm not gonna say anything long. I just want to say, go to sleep with a dream and wake up with purpose. Or follow that dream. And the opposition has a role to play in the governing of a country. I'm fed up. I don't want to hear anymore, when the opposition poses pertinent questions that they're out of order. Then we are heading down the cliff of dictatorship and tyranny. And I want to know, what is the purpose of this SOE, extended SOE? What is the purpose of it? And I'm hearing, correct me if I'm wrong, that they're thinking of extending it even more. What is the purpose? Somebody tell me what the purpose is, and then make it make sense. That's all the storm saying. She's tired. Good night, y'all. Have a peaceful night till we meet again. Auf Wiedersehen.
And folks, of course, let me just quickly read. Little Ron Horner says good night to everybody except Wall Street. Everyone, good night, loving humans and war. Hey, look, Ellis said something good about me, boy. Good, everyone, good night, loving humans and Wall Street. So Wall Street, you're not a human to support the PM. Lana, good night to you as well. Rose, good night. Cyrus Kane, good night, boys. Raj V, not cake. Yeah, Dana. Lana says she was ready to rumble, boy, but you beat she. Little Ron Horner said, good night, everybody except Wall Street. Good night, everybody, including Little Ron Horner. Sharon Bernard, welcome, boy. Cyrus Kane, boy. PNM Nation, boy. We big. Oh, God. All right, folks. Let me say, yeah, Alice, I'm going to pee and go to bed. Yeah, but this was a long one. Let me close with this one here. We go close with who's this fella here? We go close with Chalk Best tonight. Folks, it's always a pleasure. See you guys bright and early Thursday. Take care. Good night.
Peace up here. God bless. Daddy, could you tell me what's the qualification that I must have to be a politician? When I grow up, I want to become a famous man like George Bush, Pandy Robinson, and Reagan. I know to be a doctor, you need a degree. I know a simple soldier must be tall with a strong body. To become a scientist, you need maths for this. But what must I study, Daddy, to get into politics? Son, can you be in the PNM party and your heart in the UNC? Can you be Robin Street party whip and fighting for our leadership? You must swear on Bible and take false oath. You must use big words to get votes. You must lie and watch me straight in the eye. Oh, son, that's the qualification of a politician. You must shun people when election done. Well, son, that's the qualification of a politician. Daddy, could you tell me if to be a politician, a man must have a sound education? Should I go away to London or the USA for me to be a man in war Panday? I know musicians study music at Berkeley. I know good doctors study at Harvard University. The rich school did John Humphrey and Sudama study. I hear they did a crash course here at the school of Woodford Square. Son, you must go to the school of selfishness and learn how to be dishonest. You must go to the school of scambishness